everybody, this is the Macho Man here for reasons that will make a little more sense later on. I just wanted to let you know that we're gonna be talking about a big sex toy giveaway a little later on in the video. You're gonna wanna make sure you stick around for that. Oh yeah.
Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. I am Jen and this is Fundy Fridays, and here on my channel I talk about different aspects of Christian fundamentalism, American conservative politics, pop culture, and gay stuff. And today is a very, very long-awaited episode. My apologies to everyone who was bored for the last few weeks that I haven't been making videos. I know you wait around for me all the time. I'm just kidding. But today's episode has been maybe not a nightmare, but a pretty bad dream. One that I wish I could wake up from. This is the Halloween episode. My Halloween episode. James has a Halloween episode coming up very soon that's going to be amazing. This is my Halloween episode about Christian commentator and right-wing pundit, speaker, author, pain in my ass, Allie Beth Stuckey. Well, pretty much every year except for this one, I would make these big Halloween specials. My first video that's even listed on the channel is my Jill Rodriguez Halloween special. And I guess they were all Halloween specials with her because, like, none of them were normal episodes. They were all crazy. Have a skit at the beginning, dress up, do the whole background, everything fun. And I quit doing those episodes because I just had a change of heart. I decided I didn't want to cover Jill and her family because they were too small. And I didn't want to keep bringing attention onto this woman who should, quite frankly, be anonymous, but she's wild. I had these grandiose plans for this big Allie Beth special. And I did a little bit of fun, spooky stuff, but it definitely did not play out the way that I expected it to. I was supposed to spend September working on Allie Beth, like, in the background, like maybe watch 1 or 2 episodes of Relatable a day and keep notes, because I was supposed to have an easy video in September, Kanakuk. And if you remember, that one also took me forever and was over 2 hours long and required not just all of my full attention, but all of James's full attention. I had to have him write a bunch of stuff. He wrote and filmed and edited his own, like, hour-long section about Link Year. I made him trim it down to 45 minutes, and the full episode is on Patreon. But what I'm trying to say is things just got carried away. And then we went to Nashville for a few days. But anyway, things just got carried away, and then we got back and did the interview with April, and then I had to immediately start jumping into the Allie Beth research. And I don't know if you've ever experienced something like this, but there was way too much information. It truly was death by 1,000 cuts. Like, if I tried to watch every episode of Relatable, and there are over 1,000, this episode would have never gotten made. And I tried my best. I made this crazy playlist of all the videos I wanted to watch of hers, and it was over 200 videos. And I ended up whittling it down, and I'm even having this problem now. As I film this, there are a few episodes that I have on my watch later that I'm like, I really need to get to that. I really need to see what she has to say. In reality, I don't need to hear what she has to say, but I'm just like trying to constantly work on this episode. And, you know, when it comes to, you know, artists, their art is never done, right? I could keep messing with every single episode I've ever made until it's perfect, and I still wouldn't be satisfied with it. But we'll see if those clips make it in. There's just everything. She just always pisses me off, and she's super long-winded. So, like, I had James watch a few episodes of Relatable to help cut down on the time. And he came back with the same response that I had, which was, I don't know where to begin and stop the clip collection because she goes on for 5 minutes and the whole time she's at a 10. The whole time she's spouting off hateful propaganda, and it just got out of hand. And then editing Jen here, I come with a few warnings for you. First of all, this video, very scary. and you should be aware. There will be lots and lots and lots of transphobia, racism, and just lots of callous, inhumane behavior. So keep in mind. I know we joke about the libs being offended, but like there are some very offensive things in this video. Second, I will do my best to trim these clips down as short as they can be, but I did leave in the length of clip the way that I did because sometimes she says something crazy from start to finish. And so I always am afraid of being accused of like giving a clip without context. So I try to leave things in unedited, but sometimes that means that it's super long. But anyway, you're in for 4.5 hours. What can you do? If Allie is getting on your nerves because she is just going on and on and on, or if I am getting on your nerves because I'm going on and on and on, well, this is something that you can do. You go over here and you click on settings, and then you click playback speed, and then you do 1.5 or higher. You can even go to 2. I've watched YouTube videos at 2 times speed, and then things will go much faster. I reworked my script multiple times, which nothing wrong with that. I love a good rough draft. I love a first, second, third draft, you know, but it just kept escalating. And finally, you know, I got to a point where I had like figured out the biographical information, and I had started to be able to find patterns in her logic and her worldview. And so that really helped speed things along. And then, when it came to what I call the word, which is, the philosophy of Allie Beth Stuckey, when I started like documenting that, whew, it got depressing. Let me just tell you that. But another thing that's been stressing me about this episode is that we needed a sponsor, because we need at least one a month to be able to pay the bills. And so James and I filmed an advertisement for his video, but we weren't sure if it was going to be able to come out upon the deadline. So we decided to just put the ad in this video, no matter the inconsistency of theming. So here's a word from our sponsor. It's brought to you by Randy Savage.
Hey there, everybody. This is the Macho Man. Are you finding yourself depressed and low because of folks like Allie Beth Stuckey? Well, do I have the pick-me-up for you? Our good friends over at the Bellesa Corporation are sending out free vibrators and free gift cards for vibrators to anybody who signs up at the Fundy Fridays code. Bellesa is a by women company focusing on everything you can ever possibly imagine relating to sexual wellness. The mission that was bestowed upon them by God, oh yeah, is to empower everyone to explore, embrace, and enjoy their own sexuality, oh yeah. Now this little beauty I have in my hands right here, this is the Bellesa Pebble, oh yeah. Now the twisted irony of the situation is that those cowards at YouTube won't let us show the Pebble in its full glory lest we get demonetized. But the irony of that is that just gives us a chance to show off the charging case. Oh yeah, you don't even have to charge the device. It rests right in there nice and easy, and it charges all on its own sitting on the table. How incredible is that? Its suction and vibration features, they don't have to be a tag team. They operate independently. It's ergonomic in your hand too, so say goodbye to hand cramps forever. And likewise, we have here its partner in crime, the Bellesa Air Vibe. This little device right here can hit both your clit and your G-spot at the same time. Tell me what you know about that, Mean Gene. He's a good guy. Like the Pebble, this one is waterproof. It has a rechargeable case. Oh yeah, it's silent, but it's effective. And you know what, Mean Gene? I'm awful tired of these rules. They say I can't show it. I can't show it because of the No, we're gonna show it right now. Oh yeah, we don't play by the rules, do we? We don't play by the rules. Like the other devices we have shown, this is waterproof and also comes in its own wonderful charging case. And it's got a flexible neck to get all that pressure and vibration exactly where you want it. Oh, yeah. Most about the demi wand is that it's so discreet. It's so discreet. We've been using it the whole time. And so once again, that is Bellesa who is sponsoring today's video. We're so happy to have them, and they're giving away vibrators and gift cards for vibrators to everyone who signs up for Fundy Friday's giveaway. So once again, please, for the fate of the universe, check the link in the description. And now, back to the episode. Oh yeah.
What a weird job I have. And another fun treat I'm going to have sprinkled throughout this episode is my video diary. And so just imagine editing Jen. We all love her. Watch her slowly go insane is what the video diary is going to entail. Because truly I was going down the pipeline, the Christian nationalist to proud fascist pipeline with Allie Beth. And so it was crazy. Oh, I almost didn't think I was going to make it at the end, but anyway. So there's the video diary, and a couple other things I wanted to kind of touch on in this episode is my goal. Originally, I had tried to set out to do, like, scary, like, Allie Beth's scary, and you should be afraid of her, which is still kind of true, because she does have a huge audience, a very loyal following, and I do respect her in some regards. I obviously don't agree with any of her beliefs, and I think that her worldview is dangerous to not only herself but others, but I do want to give her flowers, and she is an excellent communicator. She is intelligent. She can be funny sometimes, and she is relatable. Like, it was a great name for her show. Just because I don't relate to her in that way, just because I'm not a conservative Christian woman, you know, it just was never going to be for me, you know?
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
But we talk about the same exact topics, basically, just from completely different sides. And she's always kind of been a thorn in my side, if you will, because she has a video on every subject ever, and she puts them out 4 times a week, and she kind of has an empire. She definitely picked up where Tommy Lauren left off, which we will be getting into that later because, if you didn't know, Allie Beth works for The Blaze. Sorry, Blaze TV. The Blaze merged with CRTV in 2019. So she does, you know, fraternize with Glenn Beck.
Are you ever going to have Glenn Beck on your show? I've had Glenn Beck on my show. And I don't know if you are a listener of this podcast. And so I don't mean this to you know, call you out, because I appreciate you being a listener to this podcast. But whenever I get messages like this, it's like, would you ever, or have you ever? It always seems like a little bit like, I don't know. So I would just say, go back and search for something before asking me, because it almost sounds like a little bit of like an accusation when people say that, or when people say like, why haven't you ever had Candace Owens on your show? I'm like, well, I've had her on 3 times.
Now she's kind of blossomed into her own personality, but in the beginning she definitely was just a Christian Tommy Lauren, because if you didn't know, Tommy Lauren, I don't know if she still feels this way, but she got fired from The Blaze because she was pro-choice. So fun world we're going to be exploring. So yeah, Allie does definitely have some strengths. I will say she definitely has weaknesses too, and unlike Ben Shapiro, who she definitely borrows, or I would say just completely ripped his argument style, she doesn't do debates. She doesn't really like host liberals or people with opposite worldviews on her channel, and she doesn't have to. I'm not gonna have any fundies on my channel, so that makes sense, but it just kind of makes her arguments fall flat of, well, the left never wants to understand and the left doesn't want to talk about it and blah, 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 blah. It's like, you don't even talk to the left. From her perspective, from her spot on the Overton window, the left could mean anything. She's the most far-right influencer I think I've ever covered.
And look, at the end of the day, I don't really care about conservatism or the conservative movement. Like I said, I adhere to conservative values, but at the end of the day, I don't care about it as a political movement, ultimately or primarily. I am a Christian, first and foremost and completely. And as I said, yes, that does inform my conservative views, absolutely, but I don't ultimately care about the GOP. Then I will watch it crash and burn, and I will feel totally apathetic about it.
As we'll see later on, it kind of seems like other people aren't right enough for her. Like, she definitely, marches to the beat of her own drum. Allie can be sweet sometimes. She can even be endearing. She is very kind to her staff, at least from what I've seen. Although sometimes she'll just get real short with them, which I can relate to. And
okay, y'all got to talk into the microphone.
Well,
you got to talk into the microphone.
Okay. I did classic rock until only just a few years ago. Until only just a few years ago.
Y'all have really conflicting opinions, and sometimes, let's just be real, not good opinions. So
that's the other thing. Some of the bad parts of Allie Beth's personality, the argumentativeness, the know-it-all qualities, the love of really long, politically charged diatribes, I can relate to that. That goes along with my own insecurities, and I'm sure a lot of you face. I'm always worried that I'm annoying, or that I'm not smart enough, or that I'm too loud. I see a lot of those same insecurities in Allie.
I don't know what I would be doing if I weren't doing this. I sometimes think, okay, when the apocalypse comes, or when things totally completely hit the fan, what's going to be my role in that? Okay, so I can't sew. I can cook okay. I don't have any, I can't farm. I keep telling myself that I'm going to learn how to can and jar and preserve. Can't do any of that. I just watch the videos and I convince myself that I'm going to be a prepper, and I never take any steps to do that. So I guess I'm just going to have to continue doing this. I'm going to be down in my bunker, and I won't be speaking to anyone, but I will still be hosting a podcast because that's all the skills that I have. That's all that I'm good for. Maybe I can be a midwife or something like that. But I've thought about that a lot. I don't have anything else to offer. There's nothing else I can do. I just talk a lot, and some of you guys enjoy it.
I see a lot of those same insecurities in Allie, whether or not she's going to talk about it or not, because she's very anti-mental health. She's anti-positivity and anti-anything. She calls it the cult of self-love, toxic empathy. She loves weaponizing therapy words.
I think it goes back to, again, that very popular mantra that you are enough, self-love, self-care. It's very thinly veiled narcissism. We are literally constantly tossed to and fro by every wind of outrage, by every trend, by every hashtag on social media. We latch onto it because of the emotionalism that they carry with them. And I understand that because I've done it. I have been guilty of that. I am a woman. I feel things strongly and deeply. This is a good thing about being a woman. This is a good thing about femininity. It's not a bad thing. And I know our pride doesn't want us to admit that an inherent weakness of most of ours is to allow our deeply felt feelings to get the best of us, especially when it comes to understanding political and social issues, but it can be.
That when we talk about these things, the danger of the culture of self-love, what I actually call the cult of self-affirmation.
We also have something called the body positivity movement, which I will say is not all bad. Not everyone has to be the same size or look the same way to be beautiful. That is absolutely true. But this body positive movement, of course, is a Trojan horse for the celebration of sloth and gluttony.
I think it's the over-psychologizing of our society too, where everyone thinks that they are healing from some trauma or trying to coddle their inner child. That's not a thing. Coddling your inner child is not a thing. You don't have an inner child. You are a grown adult. That doesn't mean you didn't go through hard things. That doesn't mean you didn't have a hard childhood that you have to heal from. But first of all, you need Jesus Christ to heal from that. And doing childish things is not going to heal what you went through. It's actually probably going to make it worse. And it's definitely complicating things for the people around you. So this is toxic empathy.
It is the empathy provoked for the purpose of manipulating you into believing things that are harmful and untrue. The thing about empathy is that it can actually blind us to reality and morality. That's why empathy really isn't a good guide in helping us decide what's right.
I just worry about her, and we'll see that. But Allie, the reason why I'm complimenting her right now is because it's not going to stay that way for long. And I do think that there is a good person inside of her. I mean, we've already seen she has the capacity for loving vulnerable people because she cares so deeply about the unborn. Now, whether or not she is able to demonstrate care and practical help for kids, poor people, minorities, that remains to be seen there. And she can be fun. We're going to talk a little bit about it in a minute, but like she used to put a little blue in her hair for the Teen Vogue party. She used to, be at a Dashboard Confessional and Backstreet Boys. Allie is a animal lover. She had a dog named Reagan. She has cats, Rachel McAdams, and Sweatpants. Like, come on. That's great. Love that.
Why do we have so many animals?
And why do we have so many animals?
That's what we ask ourselves every night. Why do we have so many animals? We have 3 animals, if you don't already know. We have 2 cats and a dog. We have Reagan, that's our dog, she's our mutt. And we have Rachel McAdams, the OG, the cat that we got when we first got married that he named. And then we've got Sweatpants, the totally superfluous animal that we did not need, but who is also our best behaved animal.
Yeah,
that's the other cat, Sweatpants. We have really odd names for
They're
our
great
animals,
names.
but
They're endearing.
yeah, and they're great animals.
Update. Allie gave her cats away. She didn't drop them off at a dump like Brittany Dawn, but like I wasn't expecting that twist ending. Wow, yeah, I guess no judgment. I mean, she gave them to someone who would take care of them, but still, that's not where I thought that this was gonna go.
So I did have 2 cats, and we ended up giving them to people that will love them. But one was named Sweatpants, and we were originally going to name him Cat Damon. It just didn't stick.
Those small similarities are not enough to make up for like huge differences in worldview, especially when the worldview is like who deserves humanity and respect, who is allowed to be free in this country, who is allowed to be in charge of someone's salvation. I really wanted to set out to understand her because I'm not from this worldview. Was never raised Christian, and I'm just starting to come to know this lifestyle as an adult and as an outsider, and I just really wanted to know how she got to this worldview, because some people are born with it, some people, change later on, some people slowly go this way, some people dive headfirst into it. I just wanted to know why she is the way she is, and I wanted to be able to literally graph and conceptualize her beliefs. I thought if I could figure that out, if I could put 2 and 2 together, then maybe I would get it. Maybe it would help me debunk her arguments, but then I realized that's not the point. Now, I'm going to give you my opinion throughout this whole thing, and hopefully you like my opinion, but that's not the point. I'm not trying to change Allie Beth's mind. I don't know if she's ever going to watch this. It's not really relevant because this is the piece of art that I want to make, and I want to make a video exploring Allie Beth's life, Allie Beth's beliefs, where she's going, how far she's come, what we should be worried about. And I want to psychoanalyze her a little bit, but I also just want to see where this takes me. And I think we're going to have one hell of a journey. So this is not a bit. This is me actually talking. This is like going to be my video diary as I go down an Allie Beth pipeline. And I am actually like terrified. Like my heart is racing because like she really does know how to trigger the libs. Like I get so upset and so Like, I just want to argue with her all day because I don't know what to do with these big emotions that come up as I'm watching her. And I do think that it's really important that we pay attention to what she's talking about, because she does represent like a huge voting bloc, and she's a big thought leader in that scene, and a lot of people look up to her, and she plainly states what they're thinking, so it's really good to pay attention. But I am not looking forward to this, and I'm gonna have Sims open in the other monitor, but like nothing really makes this palatable. So yeah, I'll check back in if I have anything relevant to say. I also want you to know how badly I wanted to avoid doing work on this, and I got it done. We averaged like 8 to 10 hours a day of research, and that included watching the videos, screen recording them, then going back into video editing, into Premiere, and chopping those blurbs down to smaller bits, organizing them, labeling them, and then going through the script and finding places where, you know, I could back up my argument with clips of her, and it just took a really long time. And then I also read her book, got it from the library. I had to go to the rural library because they didn't have it in my liberal city. I watched a bunch of interviews with her, you know, and like the PragerU people and the Daily Wire people, and saw her speeches at CPAC and Heritage Foundation, and I just feel like I'm ready to talk about it now. But there were some things that I did to avoid work, and I wrote them all down because I think they're funny. Some of the things that I did to avoid watching Allie Beth's video. I built an amusement park in The Sims. I planted wildflowers with my husband. Organized my basement. Took 2 of my cats to the vet. The boys. Signed up for the gym. Yeah, I'm really excited to start that journey. Went to the library. Had to get Allie's book. Went to the sweat tour. That's right. I read several books, including April's book, Star Spangled Jesus, which is about deconstructing Christian nationalism. It'd be a great book for Allie to read. I also visited Remnant Fellowship. Nobody was there, so that was fun. Painted my living room. Yeah, I painted it purple. Looks good, too. Got lots of cat art. More about the cat art later. I remeshed my porch. I have a screened-in porch, and I redid the mesh so that the cats wouldn't fall out. I baked a coffee cake. Can-a-cut coffee cake. And that video is available on Patreon. I reorganized all my Spotify playlists and made a few new ones. Some of them have over 700 songs. I built an IKEA table. I went to a chord maze. That's where I took photos for our merch launch. Our fall merch launch, Halloween merch. Good stuff. I found my wedding ring. Yeah, this isn't the fancy wedding ring, but it's my favorite rubber one, and I had lost it for a few months, and I just found it yesterday. And then, of course, I made this list. So, all in good distraction. Video diary, day 2 of working with Allie Beth. Shit. That was Freudian. Once again, this is not a joke. I am not playing. When I say that consuming this content is driving me crazy, I'm not joking. Like, I know that was the plot of, like, last year's Halloween special, but this shit is actually up. It's affecting my life, and I think I figured out one of the main reasons why that is, and it's because Allie's content is the pipeline. Like, for a lot of conservative evangelicals, you know, they pick their favorite pundit, and they get parasocial with them, and they get very loyal to them, and they look to them for guidance, and they think, you know, anytime they have confusion about an opinion or a subject or, you know, something that's happening in politics, and they haven't quite worked out what they think about it, or maybe they do have their own opinion about it and they want someone to back it up, they look to Allie. And you could, you know, replace her with anybody. Like, just pick any random person and they've got their pundit that they obsess with. It's even, you know, stuff like TikTok, like whatever time there's discourse or anytime there's like some sort of controversy going around, people look to like the person that they want to listen to. You know, they'll even say like, oh, you're the first person I've seen with a good take about this. I've been waiting for this, you know, because they want to have their opinions backed up, or they don't have their own opinion formed. And so they look at somebody who they, you know, view as having authority. And Christians are huge on authority. And a lot of them get their authority from the Bible, right? Allegedly, supposedly. Example, like Paul and Morgan, mostly Paul, are constantly quoting Allie Beth and looking to her as like the voice of reason, or like she's, you know, I will say she is intelligent. She's a great communicator. And so I understand why people look up to her, but I don't agree with anything she says. I find her philosophy and her politics to be extremely dehumanizing and cruel. And I think that even if you remove the religious element to it, I think that to be a good person, you can't have the same beliefs as her, because fundamentally she looks at a fellow human being and thinks that if they're not worthy of her respect, then they don't deserve dignity or, you know, human rights. They don't deserve kindness. And there are many types of people that falls in line with her. And so it just really sucks because I have to consume all of this content and it hurts my feelings. It sucks to be told that you suck, that you're a predator, that you're some gross fat liberal, like that, like it sucks. I don't want to be told that I suck. Like, and that's what it takes to consume her content, because, you know, I don't have it as bad as a lot of other people. I'm extremely privileged and extremely, you know, lucky in that aspect. She still finds a way to trigger me because she says shit that is in regards to my life. She says people like me are evil. People like me kill babies. People like me are, you know, groomers, you know, being queer. And so it just drives me up a wall because I have only really watched a few Q&As. I haven't even begun the like research process of watching her stuff, and I don't even know where to begin. Because she's a pundit. Her job, her literal day-to-day 9-to-5 job is to go film stuff for the Blaze. She has her, and she's been doing the conservative Millennial for over 10 years. So like, that is her job, to have commentary and opinions and be a thought leader. And so she's got stuff damn near every day of the week. And even if she hasn't produced an episode that day, she's talking about the current events on Twitter. And she's way worse and way more bigoted over there. I can't really deal with it. And so it's just been really hard because I keep putting this off. Like every, you know, like I'm like, oh, you know, maybe I need to go do the dishes and walk the dog and clean the whole basement. I'll do anything to not have to listen to Allie Beth because I don't want to be told that I'm a terrible, horrible person. And for people like her, that's the truth. It's just like being red-pilled, being a conservative. Like, you think that the bad thing is the real truth of life. It is very miserable, and for them, the truth of life is that life sucks and you're going to hell and God is scary and all that. And that's not the truth. The truth of that life is beautiful and most people are good-hearted and most people on earth want to do the right thing and they want to help others and they don't hate people. It's not good to hate people. And hate can never be love.
There are a few more things that I wanted to remind you of as we watch this video. Things to pay attention for, like maybe Easter eggs, you know? Number one, Allie's argument style. She'll draw what James calls Ben Shapiro bridges, so it's like a conclusion. It's like a connection between two ideas that have nothing to do with each other.
Sexual assault when it comes to children. A child needs to be able to describe the person who victimized them. They need to be able to, at a certain age, define body parts and assign those body parts to a particular gender. This is really important for when a kid is describing to a parent or to a caretaker what happened to them. What kind of person hurt you? What did that person say? What did that person look like? Especially if it's, you know, a stranger in a bathroom or something. Like, they need to be able to say, oh, it was a woman. This is what that person looked like. They need to be able to have the language and the understanding to be able to report those kinds of things. And so we are not only just placing linguistic confusion in children's mind, but we are also taking away all of the categories and the context and the definitions that help them make sense of the world and make sense of who they are. And we are also taking away one safeguard when it comes to reporting of
inappropriate behavior towards them by an adult. Like, this is all a problem, and Target is promoting it. She, her, they, them, he, him, us. What are you even talking about?
I wumbo, you wumbo, he, she, me, wumbo.
Like, as we've talked about so many times, gender is not an identity that you get to choose. It's just not. You can think the things that you want to think. You can have the confusion in your head that you want to have. And I think that there should be abundant compassion for you. But gender is something that is.
She'll do that a lot. She'll talk really fast. She'll talk loudly. She will use moderate to above average vocabulary and stump everyone in range. Like, she loves talking about moral relativism. She throws that around a lot when she wants to sound smart. She said that to Girl Defined, and they were plucked. They did not know what the he was talking about.
Experience does not equal objective truth. If everyone's subjective experiences is objective truth, then what you have is a bunch of moral relativists unable to actually agree on what objective truth and objective morality is.
Because, yeah, Allie talks about politics. Life is political. You can't avoid it. She always says politics matter because people matter, and that is true. Except I would argue it a little differently.
It's just affirming, again, this idea that Christian conservatives are hateful because we are pro-biblical marriage, because we tend to be conservative on a lot of issues like immigration, because, yeah, we are against the transition of people, attempted transition from one sex to the next, especially when it comes to children. And so that's really the message I think that these are portraying, which is really unfortunate because that's not the gospel. You're actually just stoking the culture war fires even more. What do we always say? What have we been saying for years now? Politics matter because policy matters because people matter. Politics affects policy, policy affects people. And we know as Christians that people matter, not just to us, but also to God.
But yeah, it just, if she respects you, then you're a person and then you matter. But she doesn't respect a lot of people. And that goes hand in hand with that. Like, if you get emotional, then you're not intelligent. So she's not going to argue with those leftists who do this, that, and the other, those blue-haired, woke, moral relativists. Like, you know, she's treating anybody who's not her, who's not this extreme specific niche of fundamentalist, reformed theology, conservative. Like, I can add as many, you know, adjectives as necessary, but like she's got a really specific narrow worldview. And of course, that doesn't bother Allie because that's God's worldview. At least she thinks it is. And so, like, why would that be an issue? But for the rest of us out here in the real world, the things that she does, the things she votes for, the things she advocates for, it affects everyone. Even if you're not a Christian, the legislation affects everyone. So, you know.
And I don't speak for everyone. I don't speak for all women. I don't speak for anyone. I don't. I am trying to give you the best, most truthful and gracious Christian perspective on everything that is going on. And I just happen to know from being a woman and being around women and knowing a lot of women that one of our weaknesses when it comes to high emotion situations and issues is to forego truth, is to forego biblical accuracy, and to forego facts in favor of emotionalism. But the truth is that is not what the Christian woman is called to. We are to be rooted in truth. We are to care about the facts. We are to stand firm on the word of God. That doesn't mean that feelings and sympathy don't have a place. It just means that we cannot let them rule us. We have to be subject to the authority of Jesus Christ. We have to subject our feelings, our emotions, all of our preconceived notions to the authority of Jesus Christ and his inerrant word that he gave to us.
I had seen a few Allie Beth videos in here and there, but ever since I've watched like 100 of them, I have seen the patterns. I recognize her talking points. I know what she's going to say most of the time. I am sometimes still shocked by the things that she says. But, like, if you watch Paul and Morgan or Girl Defined, every time they, like, answer a question and they have, like, a controversial answer, they got that shit from Allie. Like, I hear the same talking points, and I know that they watch her every day. I know that Paul and Morgan are big fans because they've said that. And Girl Defined are big fan. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know what the hell is going on in Girl Defined land right now. But they have had her on the show. I'm going to play clips from their interview with Allie Beth. And yeah, I just feel like, you know, I'll never know her heart, as she says, but like, I feel like I understand Allie Beth on at least a superficial level. Like, unfortunately, I'm sure she's really kind to people in her real life, but like completely casting the entire world that isn't your specific group as sinners, as wicked, as perverse, as the woke mob. That's not okay. Like, these are human beings, and they all have their own lives and goals and dreams and love and just so many things to give, and she refuses to understand or try to get to know or even reach out to people who believe differently than her. And I think that shows, because once you get to know somebody, it really is hard to judge them, or it should be hard to judge them.
When you stop judging other people, you feel the judgment of yourself be released. Because you're projecting. Like, if you're like, oh, he's fat and he's skinny and he's tall and she's fat. What you eat situation. Yeah, when you stop doing that, all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow, I don't hate myself as much.
Yeah. But she only ever has trans and queer people on her show who have repented, who have changed their mind, who have since come to Christ, who are not still living that lifestyle. And I just find that interesting, because she's willing to break bread with homosexuals, but there's still a certain part of the population that she thinks is so evil and perverse that she won't even give them the time of day, unless they come around and say, you were right, Allie. I was living in sin. I do need to repent. It's really messed up. And later on, as we'll see, she tells people to not go to their gay children's weddings, to do all this stuff.
But first, like, let's just establish this is obvious wickedness, encouraging and commodifying the hatred of and manipulation of the female body is absolutely wicked. It's so ironic in an age where we are telling people to love yourself, to just accept yourself, that God made you perfect the way you are. Apparently that excludes your body. If your mind is confused, I mean, that's actually hatred. That's actually self-hatred of your body. Why isn't the loving thing to do to encourage someone to reconcile their mind with their body so they don't try to hide or shame or mutilate their body? Why are we trying to encourage people to reconcile their body with their mind by body mutilation and with shame and with different kinds of tools that actually have physical negative consequences?
All right, so this is like video diary 4 or 5, I don't know. Ooh, it is Monday, and I have also come to the realization that I am definitely not getting this video out on a Friday, and the freedom that that grants me is very liberating. I feel like I had a breakthrough. I also figured out my strategy for the script, and then I started to put together my outline, and then I started to, find all the extra information, like Allie's LinkedIn and her commencement speech and her mom's YouTube channel, and then I went to the library to find her book, and I've been reading that, and that's been very insightful, and I just feel like I finally was able to see the sculpture and the marble. Finally I got it. It's clicking. I'm locked in. I got this. I can't let Allie Beth scare me. I got this. And you're watching this. And if you're watching this and I'm watching it and I'm watching this, that means I got it. We got this. We're gonna be great. And Allie Beth can't hurt us because she's not real. Also, something I want you to keep in mind is her religious beliefs. Allie does get kind of specific into Reformed theology, which is also known as Calvinism.
So what are your core theological views? I mean, what branch of Christianity do you belong to, and what are the kind of core beliefs of that?
So I am what you would call a Reformed Protestant, and within that, I am a Calvinist.
She talks about bringing people to Calvinism.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe people are changing their mind on Calvinism and on Reformed theology. But a lot of you who came to my podcast, maybe you were in the prosperity gospel, or you just didn't know about Reformed theology, and now you and your husband have started attending a different church, or reading different books and following different teachers, and your interest was piqued in Reformed theology and, yes, even Calvinism. I got a message saying that your mind changed about predestination, and that has actually allowed you to have confidence and clarity in your salvation rather than always wondering if you're doing the right thing. Praise God. Praise God. That is like one of the best things that I can hear.
Although she says that God brought people to himself through her podcast because irresistible grace, right? You can't get away from God's love.
By the complete power of God, that he has used this podcast, thankfully and graciously, to bring people to himself and to change minds and hearts on things that I think have spiritual and eternal impact.
I was super interested in this because I knew there had to be a connection between her religious beliefs and her political beliefs. Some people, in my opinion, justify shitty political beliefs by saying, oh, it's a part of my religion, and then you can find arguments or interpretation that don't support that, and then you go, oh, well, you just wanted to be homophobic, and you just wanted like a reason to back it up. I just had a feeling about the Calvinism aspect of it. I was like, that has to inform something. And then I also saw somebody was talking about her on our Catholicism, and they were just like, yeah, of course she's like that. She's a Calvinist. And so I was like, what do they mean by that? What does that mean? And so I called up Tim from the New Evangelicals, and he so graciously talked to me on FaceTime some of the aspects of Calvinism. And so I'm going to play that for you now.
What's up, Fundy Fridays community? My name is Tim Whitaker. I'm the founder of the New Evangelicals, and I grew up and believed very similar things that Allie Beth Stuckey believes. And today I'm going to help you understand what's going on theologically and on the faith side that gives her the motivation to have the beliefs politically that she has. So the first thing we have to understand is I coined this term, or I call it American Calvinism. This is the theological paradigm that Allie operates in. Now, it's important to understand a few things. Number one, terms like Calvinism, Reformed theology, even evangelicalism are much bigger than what Allie believes. John Calvin was the founder of what is called Calvinism, but John Calvin was around when the Reformation was happening, so the 16th century, and did not believe exactly what Allie believes. It kind of took some twists and turns and developed over time. So just keep that in mind as we keep talking about this, because I don't want you to think that the term Calvinism means every person who's a Calvinist believes these things. Okay, that being said, in the American Calvinism context, there are three big names that have been very influential on the movement: John MacArthur, R.C. Sproul, and John Piper. Now, John MacArthur and John Piper are still alive. R.C. Sproul passed away a few years ago, and they preach what is known as tulip theology. This is an acronym, and it stands for total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, and the perseverance of the saints. I'm going to give you the bird's eye view of what these beliefs actually entail.
And so Calvinist has, it's called TULIP, it's total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, oh gosh, what's I? P is perseverance of the saints. Oh, and I is irresistible grace. And so,
okay, so total depravity. This is the belief that all people are born inherently sinful and opposed to God. So when you were born, just like how I have blue eyes and couldn't help it, I was also born totally depraved and could not help it. I was born into a sin nature that sets me apart from God, and my will, unless God regenerates me, is to only rebel against what God wants. That's total depravity. Unconditional election is kind of like God's answer to this problem, where God has predestined some people to be elect, which is to be saved, to receive the grace of God, and to have a purified heart that then puts them on the path towards salvation. So essentially, so far what you have is we were born at no fault of our own initially, totally depraved and wicked, and God has sovereignly, this is a word you're going to hear a lot, That simply means to rule, but in the context of Allie Stuckey's world, it also means to predestine. So God has sovereignly predetermined who he is going to pick to be saved and who he will leave on the path to hell. Okay, that's total depravity, that's T, that's unconditional election.
So how do you square that circle?
You square that circle with Romans 9 that says that asks that very question. And so the Romans were asking that question, okay, well, how can God find fault? If he destines people to hell, if he says that you are going to be separated from me forever, why would God create anyone like that, knowing that they're going to spend eternity without him? And Paul answers that with another question. He says, will the clay say to the potter, why did you make me this way? God is going to harden whom he wills, and he will have mercy on whom he wills, the same way that he hardened Pharaoh. That is God's will. He is sovereign, and who are we to ask God whether or not he is just? God does the things that he does that are higher than our ways and higher than our thoughts. And that's something that I don't think any Calvinist pretends to understand, or anyone who reads Romans 9 pretends to understand. Why would God create what Romans 9 calls vessels of wrath and vessels of mercy? And the answer really is for his own glory.
And by the way, when it comes to election and God predestining people, there's no known cause of why he predestines some people over others. It's arbitrary. It's mysterious. We don't know. So in Allie's world, she just so happens to hit the theological jackpot where the God of all creation has sovereignly predestined her to go to heaven, while everyone else who's not like her or who doesn't believe like how she believes has no choice but to stay on the path towards eternal conscious torment, aka hell.
That's unfair. That's unjust. A lot of people also thought that. In Rome, apparently, when Paul wrote to the Romans, for example, in Romans 9, he talks about this, that this is a very difficult concept to believe, that God is choosing who he is going to show mercy to, and God is choosing who he is not going to show mercy to. And yet, in that chapter, I would say Romans 9 through 11, basically the conclusion is that God does what he wants to do. And if God is omnipotent, if God is, which means all powerful, if he is omniscient, that means he is all knowing and he is all just and he is all good, then that means that he is in charge of everything, and he is not unjust to choose some and not others. And there's really just no escaping that biblically.
Hello, it's me from Editing World. Ooh, spooky, I'm coming to you from the other side. Anyway, so the thing that you're watching right now, Tim talking about Tulip, that has been so hard to put together because we did record a FaceTime and then I screen recorded it and it didn't catch any audio, so we had to redo it. But anyway, special million thumbs up thank you to Tim for helping me out on this. But I wanted to say something about the being part of the elect thing. That's the Calvinist joke, like that people say, like, never met a Calvinist who didn't think that they were part of the elect. But anyway, on an actual serious note, I have a clip of Allie talking about this predestination elect thing in a totally different video, and she's explaining how it actually kind of soothes her anxiety because the salvation part of it is not up to her.
That, oh, like, aren't you scared you're not chosen? Look, I spent years of my life when I was little asking God over and over again to come into my heart. Asking God over and over again to please die for to please help me believe that you died for my sins so I wouldn't go to hell. And you know what really I was hung up on? Probably ages like 6 to, I don't know, maybe 16. Was, did I do it right? Do I have little enough doubt? Is my faith really strong enough? Well, I did keep messing up after that. I did keep, disrespecting my parents. I didn't read my Bible. This idea that salvation is actually dependent on me, that it's dependent on my faith, and that it's not about God choosing us, that creates a lot more insecurity. That creates a kind of performance-based, flimsy like shaky salvation story that I'm glad is not my testimony. So when people say, well, you know, aren't you so worried about predestination, Calvinism, all that stuff? I'm like, well, actually, I think the fact that God chose us before he laid the foundations of the world, as Ephesians 1 tells us, gives me so much security because it's not about me.
All right, so what about the rest of the letters of Tulip?
Limited atonement. Atonement is a fancy word for saying the crucifixion. When Jesus died on the cross, what does that mean? And people and Christians debate this. There's different theories of atonement. It's a whole thing. But in this case, limited atonement means that Christ's sacrifice on the cross only applies to those that God elected. So if you are not one of those lucky few, well, then Christ dying on the cross means nothing for you.
Jesus only died for a certain group of people? That's nuts, because I had never understood it that way. I was like, oh, he died for everyone. Jesus loves everyone. We're all special babies or whatever. And to think that there's people who go, no, that wasn't about you.
Okay, let's go to I, irresistible grace. This simply means that once God picks someone to be saved, there is nothing that person can do to resist the call of God on their life. So, if I was someone who did not grow up in a Christian household, but God predestined me to be saved, at some point in my life, the call of God would become so irresistible, I would have no choice but to respond to that and say, yes, I admit I'm a sinner, I put my faith and trust in you, and I believe I'm a Christian now. That is irresistible grace.
And I is irresistible grace. And so basically what that means, it's a very contentious view in some ways, especially to my Catholic friends, that God chose who he is going to save in Christ before the foundation of the world. Where we get that is Romans 9 and other texts, that you are predestined by God to be saved and you live out your faith once you are chosen, basically. This idea of irresistible grace, that you didn't actually do it. I think I heard Matt Walsh say that, you know, faith is like a bridge and you actually have to walk over it. Well, a Calvinist wouldn't say that. A Calvinist would say that, well, no, Jesus came down, picked you up, cleaned you off, and walked you over to the other side to God.
And the last one is perseverance of the saints. This simply means that those who are elect will never not be elect. Now, this gets tricky, right? Because what happens when someone like me grows up in this worldview, believes all of it, preaches it, teaches it, understands it, but then changes my theological outlook and actually rejects this long term and also changes my political affiliation? Well, then the argument is that I was actually never saved to begin with, which actually undermines the whole theory of perseverance of the saints. Because if the belief is that once I'm saved, I'm always saved, but once I change my mind on certain things, I was actually never saved to begin with, that assurance of being saved never actually applied. Because at any moment, if I change my mind, which, by the way, to be clear, no one actually changes their own mind under American Calvinism, because God is predetermining everything.
So I think there are a lot of in good faith Christians and faithful Christians who disagree on this subject. However, I see the most support in Scripture for the idea that, yes, once you are truly saved, you are always saved. Romans 8, I think, is probably the strongest case to make for this. Just reading verse 30 alone. And those he predestined, God predestined, he also called. Those whom he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. The chapter goes on to say that nothing can separate us from the love of God. No charge can be brought against God's elect. That word elect is used several times in the New Testament, referring to everyone who is saved in Christ.
R.C. Sproul, the person who passed away a few years ago, said that in the universe there is not one rogue molecule, meaning God is predetermining all actions that happen in the universe, in human thought, in human action, etc., including horrible actions such as SA and other things that I don't want to say on YouTube because I don't want Jen to get demonetized. But you get my point. So then the question becomes, how do you get around that, right? Because if God is the author of all this, isn't God then the author of sin? They would say no. They would say no, just because God predetermines certain outcomes does not make him the author of sin. I'll leave you to figure that out and see how the maths on that. Side note, it doesn't. But that is the theological paradigm. So as you can see, this actually sets up a very interesting paradox. Well, not really paradox. I'll say it again. this sets up a very interesting outlook, because if you believe that God has sovereignly predetermined you to be on his team and to be on his side, then your enemies actually have no chance of becoming saved, because they're most likely predestined to be on the enemy's side. So you can see how this plays into Allie's worldview, right? Where she's on the side of truth and of justice and of God, while her political enemies are on the side of the enemy. And most likely, most of those people will never end up becoming the elect. Now, Allie might say to this, no, look, God can save anyone. I don't know who he saves, so I have an obligation to preach the gospel. But it doesn't matter if Allie preaches that or not, because if unconditional election is true, Allie cannot speak another word for the rest of her life, and the same amount of people who have been predetermined to be saved would still be saved, right? Because God doesn't need humans to enact his will on earth. That's how American Calvinism thinks about the power of God. I also want to point out another fatal flaw, that whenever a certain political candidate gets elected, like for example Joe Biden, all of a sudden people like Allie feel the need to stand up and resist the actions of Biden. But if God is predetermining every single human thought and action, including our elections, then Joe Biden was God's will for America, and therefore why would you be fighting God's will? You can obviously see how this idea can lead one to apathy. If all things are predetermined by God, even heinous things like sexual abuse and, the abuse of children and mass genocide, well, why would we do anything? Because it's all come to pass because of God's perfect and sovereign will.
So we believe that God is absolutely sovereign over everything. There is no point whatsoever where he sits back and he just lets things happen or says, oh, whoops, like I didn't see that coming. We believe in the absolute sovereignty of God over everything. And yet the Bible is very clear that people have personal responsibility, and that the Christians believe if you don't accept Christ, which accept is kind of a word that we don't really use in Calvinism, but that there is punishment. There's eternal punishment from that. For that, there's eternal separation from God. And so you are held to the consequences of your sin, to the consequences of the life that you live, and yet God is sovereign over all of that.
So this is a quick snapshot of what someone like Allie would believe on a theological level, and the people that she listens to, like John MacArthur and John Piper, and how they would see the world. In fact, Allie has had John MacArthur on her podcast several times, despite John MacArthur having credible accusations of covering up not one, but two different pastors on his staff who actually molested their own children. But again, for Allie, it doesn't matter because, well, John's a faithful gospel preacher. Hope this helps. Back to Jen and Fundy Fridays.
Allie is, of course, unapologetically Christian. Would never ask her to apologize anyway. She believes in biblical marriage, which is always a interesting concept, like when you think about it in current times, because like I get it, biblical marriage, things that happen in the Bible, but some of the stuff she talks about is like clearly not in the Bible, like sharing your finances with your husband. And I don't have an opinion either way, if that's good or bad, I don't care. But it's just like funny that certain things, they're like, obviously that's biblical. Like it's, yeah, if you reverse engineer everything, it can all be biblical. Breathing air is biblical. Like,
do we merge our earnings into one thing, one money pot, this person says, or do we keep my money and your money?
Oh, good question. So yeah, we joint bank accounts, in it together completely, joint try to do budget meetings to make sure that we're on the same page with what we're going to spend our money on. But it's definitely a joint endeavor. Got that from Dave Ramsey, somebody that I listened to his stuff. I've read his books.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just advocating for a married couple needs to have joint accounts, in my opinion.
Women should submit to their husbands, but that's okay because men are supposed to love their wives as Christ loved the church.
My sin, my pride, all of it had to be killed. My heart had to be made new. My strengths and weaknesses, all used according to his will, his purposes, and not my own. It meant submission to his authority rather than my own autonomy, which also meant and still means submitting to hierarchies that he has put in place for our good. And a couple of those hierarchies that we see clearly in Scripture are within marriage and within the church. In marriage, as we read in Ephesians 5, the husband is to be the head of the wife, and wives are to submit to their husbands as to the Lord. In the church, I'm not to be a pastor. I am not to exercise authority over men. And these are things I always knew and would say I agreed with. I mean, I was raised in a conservative home and church where these hierarchies were represented for me. But that doesn't mean that they were going to be easy for me. My personality, like many of your personalities, it tells me lead, get up, say it, persuade, decide, tell people where to go. But if this personality that God gave me, the strength that God gave me, and so clearly demonstrated through me from childhood, are to glorify him, they must fall within his bounds.
When it comes to women preaching at the pulpit, which is seen as a sin in some communities, of course, she and her audience know that it's a sin. But
you're thinking that's ridiculous. Of course, women can teach the gospel or explain the scriptures. Most of you in this audience also don't believe, just as I don't believe, that women should be pastors.
But it's okay for her to do her job because she's not technically preaching at the pulpit. She's just teaching women, which is, of course, allowed in the Bible. Also, in episode 797, Allie talks about how she has always been strong-willed and opinionated and talkative and same, and how it was hard for her to submit, but ultimately, you know, it's about obedience. It's not about what you want.
That may plant a seed in someone's mind that could change their mind on abortion, and then they could save someone's life, or maybe you saved someone's life by convincing someone. I know sometimes it seems fruitless, like you're just speaking into a void, like no one cares what you have to say, or everyone's angry at what you have to say. It's not about you. It's not about people liking you. It's not about the instant gratification. It's not about the immediate positive feedback. It is about obedience, and God promises to use obedience.
She ultimately concludes that women should not be preachers, but they are allowed to teach the Bible and do something similar to what she does. Lori Alexander brings this up too. She says, I'm not being a preacher. I'm not teaching men. I'm specifically teaching women. So I thought that was an interesting parallel. But anyway, she says that she has to use her talents to glorify God, and that includes making her show and helping give the gospel to people, and that she feels like what she's doing is a really good thing.
I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me knowing what I know, not just about scripture, but also about some women who are in ministry, some women who are writing books, some women who are doing the things that they do, again, within the biblical context of their authority and abilities, and to see the fruit and the products of that and to think, no, that's not for them. Again, primarily and most importantly, I'm not sure that the Bible supports excluding women from all of those roles, but also I think that their fruit also indicates that God is doing really, really incredible things through them.
Also in the episode, she kind of has like a little diva moment, and I totally appreciate it, where she's like, I'm not trying to brag, but I could go out and deliver a sermon and do better than some of these guys. And I was like, I don't know. I cheered her on a little bit.
So that means, and forgive me if this sounds like braggadocious in any way, because that's not my intent. It's actually trying to express like how submission to God and his will looks for different people. Like, even if we feel a certain way very strongly, even if we feel like we have what it takes to do something that falls outside of his bounds. So all of this means that even though I know I am mentally and physically capable of stepping to a pulpit on Sunday morning and delivering a more biblically sound, exegetically exquisite, persuasive, and dynamic sermon than many male pastors in America today, I can't do it, because that is not the realm to which God has called me as a woman.
And then she says this, which makes me not so happy.
And you know what? Like, of course, pride would have us struggle with that. Pride would have us want that. One of the parts of the curse is that Eve, your desire will be for your husband, but he will rule over you. The hierarchy is not a part of the fall, but our desire to usurp that authority and to exercise our own authority, that is a part of sin. That is a part of the fall.
Yeah, they had us the first half, I'm not going to lie.
Another thing I want you to pay attention to, a theme that I picked up on a lot and have several examples of, is what I'm calling mean girl truth or mean girl religion. I gotta workshop it. And it's basically the idea that telling someone the truth, and it's always a harsh truth, it's never a fun truth. Telling someone the truth is the loving option. It's always more loving because that aligns with God's word, right? She'll say things like, don't affirm someone's pronouns, don't encourage their gay lifestyle.
Don't be extorted by that. Don't be told that you lack empathy or that you lack love because you believe that a person should accept the body that God gave them. That is the most loving thing you can do. Of course, as Christians, we believe the most loving thing that we can do is agree with God. God is love, 1 John 4:8. That same God in Genesis 1:27 tells us that he made us male and female. So by agreeing with God, by affirming what God says is, by affirming what God says is good, we are being as loving as we possibly can.
She reminds me of like the type of person who's always waiting to read someone.
Women need to hear about Christian courage. They don't need to be coddled. They need to be challenged with biblical truth. And that's what they got through Share the Arrows. That's part of why I started Share the Arrows, because not all content geared toward women is coddling and fluffy. I'm not saying that, but a lot of it is. And what wasted talent. What a wasted life and a wasted testimony and wasted capacity and wasted capability.
Shirley Phelps Roper. She's kind of the matriarch of the Phelps family, aka Westboro Baptist Church. You know them. I don't know if they would say that they are Calvinists, but they definitely subscribe to a lot of the same beliefs, including Tulip. And something that always stood out to me about Shirley is that when people would interview her, they would ask stuff like, well, how could you be so cruel to anybody, let alone gay people, if you're trying to demonstrate God's love? And she always said something to the effect of the way that God loves people, the way that love is held according to God's standard looks completely different than how we love out here in secular world. And she would say, what's more loving, letting them burn in hell or telling them the truth?
Why do you hate homosexuals so much?
Well, that's a faulty proposition and a misstatement of the facts. I probably love them more than anyone sitting in this room. I love them enough to tell them that their sin is taking them to hell. And if they don't repent and stop living that lifestyle, they're going to hell.
So you say you love homosexuals?
Well, hon, that's the only, if you're going to have a standard for love, why don't you draw on God's standard? Because that is, after all, the only standard that matters.
And that reminds me of Allie Beth. And so she's not going to, actually, she might agree with them. I don't know. She's weird. That is not somebody you want to be compared to. And I'm seeing a lot of parallels.
Okay, talk about the tsunami, 9/11, and Hurricane Katrina. You said that you rejoiced
and dead soldiers and IEDs. Thank God for 9/11. Thank God for Katrina.
Tell me why.
Thank God for the tsunami.
Why?
Because you're supposed to thank God for all of his righteous judgments. All of those judgments. It says the righteous will rejoice when they see the judgment of God executed upon a rebellious, disobedient, perverse nation. America has sinned away her day of grace. The wrath of God is pouring out upon this nation.
But of course, Allie's all about that respectability thing, raise a respectable ruckus. She thinks just because she's not yelling or cussing that she's being respectful.
I feel like I'm very gentle. Some people probably think I'm too harsh, and then other people, it's like, I would say the people who are just Christian commentators who don't talk about politics, they probably think I'm way too harsh. They would say that my tone is too harsh or that I'm not empathetic enough or whatever it is. But then you've got the political commentators who think that I'm just like the most, the gentlest person ever. And so I do try to strike the balance. There are plenty of things that I want to say that I ask my husband, is this too mean? Should I say this? He typically says, no, it's not too mean. Definitely say it. And I a lot of times don't. And so I try to have a filter and strike that balance of, speaking the truth in love. I know that it's cliche. I tend to probably lean more on the side of truth than I do being gentle about it. You do have to have a thick skin. That doesn't mean that I don't care what anyone says ever, but it does kind of start to roll off you. Eventually, you realize whose opinion matters, what opinion matters, what you should take to heart and maybe consider is this fair criticism and what you shouldn't.
Well, you tweeted last month, the appropriate response when a leftist accuses you of being a dash-phobe or dash-ist isn't, no, I'm not, it's, I don't care.
Yeah.
it's never respectful to call somebody a like perverse, wicked mutilator just because they're trans. Like, I thought that was obvious.
Thanks to you, my daughter is the #1 girls tennis player in the world. Congrats, honey.
All right, video diary day 5 or 6. I don't know anymore. I'm going crazy. Actually, not really. Today, I had an even bigger breakthrough on Allie Beth, and it turns out slow and steady wins the race, okay? Turns out, if I just take my time and break it down section by section and just slowly work through it, not try to rush and get it out in 3 or 4 days like I've had been known to do in the past, letting go and letting God, I figured out that I was definitely not going to get this video out on a Friday. And so that really gave me more time to figure things out. But I have just made a lot of headway. I have gone through her social media multiple times. Like, I start from the bottom and then work my way up. And it helps me find little things that I hadn't thought of or remembered. I figured out a bunch of stuff, and hopefully at this part of the video I will be able to explain. But wow, just I know yesterday I said I can see the sculpture in the marble now. I am starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel as well. The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I got this. I'm going to get through this. Probably going to be late, but that doesn't matter because the dates are made up. It's an arbitrary thing. I mean, not when it comes to AdSense, but, you know, that's a joke for, like, the 6 YouTubers that are watching this. Allie Beth Simmons was born February 18th, 1992. We're also in the same age group, although we would not have been in the same grade. She grew up in Texas. On her old blog, it says that her hometown was Dallas. I think she must be in that area at least because that is where The Blaze is headquartered. She has 2 brothers, Justin and Daniel, and of course her parents, Lisa and Ron. I know her dad did something with finance or insurance or something boring, and I don't really know what her mom did, but she seems like a nice lady. She apparently had the same personality that she does now, very strong-willed, very opinionated, loved to read, write, and speak. She got in trouble for talking at school, something that I also definitely went through.
In general, people want to know, what was Allie like as a child? Did you always expect me to do something like this? Does it surprise you that I'm doing something like this now? Or just kind of, what was it like?
I'll never forget the car we had. We had this red car. You were sitting in the back seat. You were 5 years old. I know exactly where we were. We were down by the Galleria. You and I were arguing over something, all right? And I don't even remember what that was, but I was trying to make my point. And at 5 years old, you said, "Well, Dad, what do you want me to do?" And it was like you were an adult. I mean, I was like you in that I couldn't wait to be an adult. I couldn't wait till I turned 30, till I got the first bit of gray hair, because I was always the youngest one in the room in whatever I was doing. And so I knew then, and I told Mom this many times, is that you were just an adult in a child's body. And that's really, and so.
In one of the episodes, she said that she was emo in high school because she listened to the Killers and dyed her hair black.
One thing that I posted about on Instagram was who I was in high school and the kind of music that I liked in high school. I dyed my hair black at some point in high school. A lot of people did. A very blonde girl thing to do. And I was like a little emo. Definitely like alternative. I loved Third Eye Blind. I loved Death Cab for Cutie. A big fan of the Killers. All that kind of like really moody music. That's what I was into and like a part of.
Sometimes she does let her personality shine through on her show. I mean, even in this Q&A, she was being super cute and talking about like she loves helping people and she loves coming up with ideas for businesses.
Really good. I'll just say it. I'm really good at coming up with ideas for businesses. Like if you want an idea for a business, come to me. Like I truly believe I'm one of those people that believes I like believe in you and I believe in people. That's one of the things I love. I love encouraging people and I love calling out people's talents and be like, this is the name of your company. This is what you need to do. And you just need to run for it. Like, I would love to just have a service where I do that for people. But I also sometimes do that with myself. I'm like, I have a great idea for biscuit carts. Yeah. And I really do have a good idea. So if anyone wants to take that over, let me know. But he's really good at saying, like, you know, we need to stay on track. Here are the good parts that you need to keep pursuing. But as far as this media career, he has been so supportive. And that's just not true of all guys. Like, I just think that marrying someone who is secure in himself and secure in his own strengths and strong and able to encourage me and has never been threatened by anything that I do or threatened by the fact that I'm super opinionated, that was really important to me.
You can see this love for people when she compliments her staff.
And she's a very good leader of people, and she has a lot of different talents and skills that come together to be a really good producer for Relatable. So I'm just thankful. I feel like the Lord brought her exactly at the right time. When I was so stressed that summer, I was like, we're not going to find a producer in 3 weeks. There's just no way that's going to happen. And it was like just in the nick of time. And so anyway, very thankful for Bree, and she probably doesn't want to hear any of this and probably feels awkward about it, but it is all true. And so none of this wouldn't be the same. I'll say that. It wouldn't be the same without Bree. So thankful for producer Bree.
But she's got a sharp tongue, and so I definitely would not want to be on her bad side.
We should be like, oh yeah, like I'm really doubtful too. Yeah, I was taught that growing up, and now I'm gonna repudiate purity culture just because that's the cool thing to do. Whatever.
On episode 454 of Relatable, Allie interviews her dad, Ron, and he tells a story that he thinks is funny about how he would interview and intimidate boys that were interested in Allie.
And so if you remember Allie, the boys would have to come to the house. They would come into my office. And
I was mortified.
You were mortified.
I was mortified.
My office was right off of our foyer area. This big kind of, dark paneled walls and all that type of stuff. And of course, I made them sit on the other side of the desk in a chair that was a little shorter than mine, which gets you in the dominant position. And they were all nervous. And I'd learned this. I forget who did this, but somebody that I listened to on a radio program or something had done this. And so they would sit down. I'd say, tell me a little bit about yourself. Hey, I'm glad you're dating Allie, taking Allie Beth out tonight. What are y'all going to do? Do you understand, the parameters and things like that? And when she needs to be home and all that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said, then I would hit this question with him. I said, are you going to marry my daughter?
Oh my gosh. See, it's better that I didn't know this.
Are you going to marry my daughter? And of course, they went into total sweat panic mode, right?
Yeah, I imagine they would.
No, sir. I said, oh, that's good. I don't expect that. I said, but you know what that means? That you're dating somebody else's wife tonight. And you know what else it means? Somebody else is dating your wife. I want you to treat Allie Beth like you want your wife treated tonight. Can we do that? And then the last one was one I hated. I'm sorry I didn't say this, but I think it's funny. It says, and I would ask them every time, and I hated it because you know me well enough to know do you know what inappropriate touching means? Because if you don't, we'll talk about it. Oh, yes, sir. Yes. And so they would leave.
Oh my gosh. Just thoroughly embarrassed in time. And yes, that is not something that you wanted to talk about with them.
But I do think dads, do not be afraid to do that.
Yeah.
Your daughter will thank you for that later. For standing up for her, and secretly down deep, even then, she probably appreciated it.
Her mom Lisa was also on the show, although I didn't have time to watch this episode in full. I did find her mom's YouTube page, and I found a really cute video of little Allie talking to her dad and talking about how much she looks up to him, and apparently they played this at her wedding. This does feel a little personal to be playing, but it's on the internet, and it's also not a bad video. Allie's being sweet in it, so I have no problem playing it for you.
My dad has always been there for me. When I was growing up, he refused to ignore issues in my house, and he refused to ignore issues in my life. He is confrontational in the sense that he is going to tell me when there's something going on that he doesn't think aligns with what he has taught me, and I've really appreciated that. But just something that comes to mind is when I was in high school and I started dating every single boy that ever came to my house, whether that was just to, take me for ice cream. They had to be interviewed by my dad. I mean, they went into his office, sat in the chair, he sat behind the desk, and he had a list of questions that he was going to ask them. And of course, then I was absolutely mortified. But now looking back, I am so glad that he was so protective in that way and so involved. I think I'm really lucky for that.
Where are we going?
To the banquet.
Indian Princess Banquet. On February the 8th, 1998, Allie Beth is 1999. Allie Beth is 7, almost. Dad is 35.
Almost.
30 almost. And we're going to have a good time.
Yeah.
Right?
Very.
Okay, Mom, we got to go. Bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you too. Mwah.
In the Ben Shapiro Daily Wire Sunday Special interview, episode 48, with Allie Beth Stuckey, they talk about a lot of stuff. And yes, this interview is very annoying. I watched it twice. They both do the the liberals, how many genders?
At a time.
And obviously you already know the sex of the baby.
Yes, it's a girl.
Although we can't actually judge its gender, correct?
One of two choices, just a girl, yeah.
Okay, but I don't want to be cisgender, so I don't want to assume the sex of the baby, even if you know the sex of the baby.
It's probably going to be safe to assume. I'm just going to go ahead and put that on her.
Okay.
She's a girl.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to give her that option.
To queer-owned, female-founded brands to create these much-needed lines. Interesting that they are able to actually define and care about female.
We've ever had on the show out of some
Yes.
40 guests, so we're doing great.
And the first pregnant woman.
Right, this is the first time I've
we're
interviewed
very
two people at
progressive
once.
now. Yeah, I know.
So
We'll see how she does.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if she keeps her mouth shut, it'll be fine.
Okay.
We're the party of science, and the science is clear. Men have periods, babies are clumps of cells until they're born, and maybe a few minutes after.
That they are called boy shorts. Why are they called boy shorts? I thought that they could be any gender who wore this stuff.
I mean, the good news is that it's not a baby yet, right? I mean, like, we've been told that it's not a baby until it's like 5.
It's just like this clump. It's so weird because I actually feel her moving around, but I'm trying to reconcile that with the idea that she's just this blob of tissues. It's crazy how that happens, though.
But there's actually some really good biographical information in this, especially Allie talking about her upbringing and what was it like being raised conservative and how she started to have her worldview challenged in college.
And so they never talked to me about politics per se. I mean, I knew that we were Republicans. I knew that we liked George W. Bush. I remember all that. But they never sat me down and said, here's why we're conservative or here's why we're Republicans. It was really just the values of individual liberty, of entrepreneurship that I liked. And I never had a moment where I was like, you know what? More government control actually sounds kind of good. Or maybe I don't feel like human beings have this great potential that they can reach on their own. I never had that. And so it was really the values that my parents instilled in me growing up. And of course, being raised in a Christian home, I think has a lot to do with that as well. And so I really can say I've always been a conservative, but probably didn't really understand why and what that meant until I was in college.
I also found this part very interesting. And I kept thinking back to it, as Allie kind of goes down her own pipeline and gets more alt-right, is in this interview, she's defending liberals and she's saying that, I actually know quite a few that are very nice and I enjoy talking to them and we should platform them. And she kind of disagrees with Ben.
But I was lucky. I don't know if it was just because I went to a good school that had a lot of good professors, or if it was just before all the craziness happened. But I had an amazing professor who was a liberal. She taught African American rhetoric, which was one of my favorite classes. And She loved Barack Obama, and she knew I was voting for Mitt Romney, but we had a lot of conversations in her office about the differences that we had, that she was a Christian, I was a Christian, she was pro-choice, I was pro-life, and we could sit down and have conversations. I was one of her favorite students. She still talks to me. She was one of my favorite professors. I never felt ostracized in her class. I never felt, really in any of my classes, maybe I was just ignorant, but I never felt like, oh, I can't believe this, or I can't talk about this. I always felt like there was an environment in which I could discuss and debate these things. And I would say that Dr. King, while I was in school, really helped me hone what I really believed. It was the pushing against and the debating that helped me, I think, make it my own. You can't separate ideas from people, or from the people who hold them. And so I think that's probably part of the vitriol. I can't say exactly why that happened, besides the 8 years of identity politics that were exacerbated by Barack Obama and used by Barack Obama.
That was racist, right?
And so there definitely has been a shift in that, but I didn't bear the brunt of it when I was in college, and that I'm really thankful for.
So with all of this said, do you think that there is a common center for the country right now? I mean, this is what I worry about most. So, you talked about the fact that these discussions take place, and some people on the left would have these discussions with you, and you talk about the rise of identity politics. One of the things I fear is that the social fabric is decaying to the point where we can't have the discussions at all. You speak to young people all the time. Do you think this is getting worse, or is there a place where it comes back together?
I think some of the depiction of college students can be a little bit overblown. And obviously, you know this better than anyone. There are a lot of college students out there that do not want debate, do not want dialogue, they don't want discussion, they don't want to hear your ideas, they just want to call you a racist. But I have had a lot of interaction with students who are on the left or in the middle who really do want dialogue. And I do think that we need to point that out, that not every leftist student believes that you are a racist idiot for being a conservative. They might not agree with you, but I've had a lot of respectful students come to my talks and ask me very respectful questions.
Then they go on to argue about leggings, and you wouldn't expect this from a fundamentalist woman. So she's like a leggings advocate. Ben, of course, thinks they're immodest and distracting, and so they start arguing about it, and she's like, no, I'm not going to let you have this. It's also really satisfying. I'm going to say this, especially Allie, if you're watching, good job, because there's a couple of times where Ben's being insufferable.
Okay, so now I have to ask you the first question where we'll disagree. So
Okay.
apparently you're a big fan of leggings.
I do. I love leggings. Have you ever worn them? I bet if you wore them, you would like them too,
Why would I
Ben.
possibly wear leggings?
I'm just saying, you might change your mind.
No, I'm a married heterosexual man. I don't wear leggings.
I don't know. Okay.
I apologize for this next thing. I just thought it was really funny. I got way too distracted making this edit of Ben Shapiro.
I'm a married heterosexual man. Sexual man.
He's
I'm a married
not
heterosexual
arguing.
man. I don't wear leggings.
I don't know. Okay.
I mean,
okay.
has your husband ever wore leggings?
Right, of course you have. Of course he hasn't. He's a married heterosexual man.
He's not arguing with me about the leggings, though.
Of course, I wouldn't argue with my wife about her wearing leggings either.
Okay.
Hence,
So
this
what's
is my argument against leggings.
Okay, what's your beef? What's your beef? Let's hear it.
So we'll start from a premise. Different clothing conveys different things to people, right?
Okay.
This is why we don't walk around naked. The closer a woman is to walking around naked,
Leggings
the closer.
are not close to that at all.
You are such a girl.
They're pants.
They are pants that are skin tight. That is the purpose of leggings.
Allie was trying her best in college to live up to this perfect Christian woman ideal, to try and be, good at school and good at sports and fit in and follow God. And she had this boyfriend at the time that she was real serious about. And eventually it all just got to be too much, I guess. In this interview with Girl Defined, Allie bears her soul and gets super vulnerable and talks about her eating disorder that she had in college, and just kind of how her life was not at all the glamorous way that she was trying to portray it as.
My identity wasn't actually in Christ. It was wrapped up in this kind of reputation that I had of being a godly girl, and this boyfriend that I had was really a part of that, even though I knew that I shouldn't be with him because I just honestly, we weren't compatible. So that relationship ended when I was a senior in college, and because that was a part of this identity and this persona that I had been perpetuating for 3 years of being this perfect godly girl who has it all together and leads all the Bible studies, when I didn't have that relationship anymore that I thought was going to end that I thought was going to conclude very quickly in, engagement and marriage, part of that identity and that persona fell away. And I was left questioning not just myself and my, self-worth, as it's called, but also my faith and who I was in Christ. And I decided, very unfortunately and very tragically, that I was going to go the way of the world. That all my friends who had been partying for about 4 years and had told me, it's just college, let's just have fun. Like, you just need to go on different dates. You need to hang out with different guys. You need to get drunk and do all of these things. I thought, you know what? I've been a good girl for 3.5 years, maybe my last semester of college, now that I'm single for the first time in college, maybe I should just, just do these things that everyone says is going to make me happy. And these probably well-meaning friends told me all the things that you hear self-love people say, that, the reason why you're sad or the reason why you're feeling rejected is because you don't love yourself enough. You're not doing enough of what makes you happy. You're not doing enough of what feels good to you. You just need to tell yourself that you're enough. You need to work on yourself, work out more, have fun, go out, be hungover. Who cares? It's just college. Just have fun. And so I did those things, and I told myself those things, and I did the whole drinking and party scene. I started working on myself. I worked out twice a day and basically stopped eating to the point to where I had an eating disorder that I could not maintain anymore. So I'm going out multiple nights a week, getting drunk, getting hungover, hanging out with different guys. I have an eating disorder that I couldn't maintain that eventually developed into bulimia. All this time telling myself that this is what it means to love myself. Like, this is what it means to be enough. This is what it means to really, find myself and be single and whole on my own, only to end up, I guess, 8 months after this whole thing started, in a counselor's office with her telling me, hey, you physically cannot maintain this lifestyle anymore or else you will die. And
I do feel awful for Allie. I am toxically empathetic, as she would like to say, and I try to put myself into other people's shoes when I'm trying to understand them. And I have struggled with my weight my entire life. I have food struggles and self-esteem issues and all that, and so I can really identify with some of the things that she talks about. And I'm glad she did what she had to do to get better. I do not agree, however, with her philosophy. I do not think it's a good idea to say that God healed her eating disorder. That might be the case, I guess. If you believe in God, I guess that's possible. She talks about in her book how she went to a Christian counselor. And yes, sometimes Christian counselors are licensed professional counselors, and they just so happen to be religious, and they add elements of religion to their therapeutic process. I don't know if that's what happened with Allie. And I just worry that a lot of these Christian counselors are getting in here and giving harsh biblical truths to try and tough love people out of their problems instead of doing, therapeutic models that have been backed up with science, data, research, and testing. So I'm going to read to you a little verse from the book of Allie about how she overcame her eating disorder. And I know this is all potentially triggering for some of you, and I do apologize, because this is heavy stuff, and to go through something like that is horrific. And I know she just wants to help people, but this is, I think, gonna lead a lot of people into some really dark places, because it's not good to have zero faith in yourself. It's not good to believe that you are wicked and horrible and that you are not enough and that ultimately all you can ever do is seek God. Okay? Because she talks in this book she'll give horrible anecdotes about people getting assaulted, about people like being addicted to drugs, going to jail. And she's like, the silver lining is always that they found God, right? After that appointment, I got into my car, put my head in my hands, and broke down. I cried out to God with a million questions. How did I get here? How do I stop? Can I really let go of this? What will happen if I do? Are you going to be with me? Will you help? And he did. After that day, the binge and purge cycle stopped. While I know this isn't everyone's experience with eating disorders, it was mine. God graciously and immediately gave me the grace to let go of the thing I thought was holding me together. In reality, it was tearing me apart. I've been deep in the culture of self-love, doing what I wanted and focusing on my wants in an effort to live my best life. Ultimately, my self-centeredness blinded me to the damage I was wreaking on my life. I don't know what you're facing now. Whether it's more or less serious than what I faced in college, I can tell you for sure, you're not enough. Just like me, you don't have what it takes to heal yourself from the addiction, the rejection, or the depression. Your self-contrived solutions to your problems won't work, and your attempts to fill your emptiness with more of yourself will fail. Your insistence upon doing you by choosing only what feels good in the moment will only defer the pain until it becomes a crushing burden. The first step to getting out of whatever unhealthy cycle you're currently in is realizing just how not enough you are. That means letting go of the responsibility to be your own source of fulfillment, a responsibility that was never yours in the first place. It's God. That's what she's getting at. You heard it from Allie Beth. Eating disorder treatment, never met her. What you need is Jesus.
You don't have an inner child. You are a grown adult. That doesn't mean you didn't go through hard things. That doesn't mean you didn't have a hard childhood that you have to heal from. But first of all, like, you need Jesus Christ to heal from that.
Because, yeah, she also says in this book that we're supposed to tell ourselves harsh truths. Because, yeah, Allie's worldview is that the world is harsh. Everything's mean. Everything's terrible. You suck. Of course you can't be a singer. Of course you can't live your dreams. You suck. We all fall short under God's glory. The world is evil. The truth is harsh. Take the red pill.
Scrolling through Facebook the other day, and I came across this picture of myself from 2013, and I got to thinking about this time of my life. Even though I look happy, I wasn't. I was actually home from college for 3 weeks because of a bad case of shingles. I had a lot of stress in my life at the time. I was going through a sad breakup, and I was a senior in college, 21 years old, and had no idea what I was going to do after graduation. And gosh, the next few months of my life were so bumpy. I was trying and failing to find love and peace and satisfaction in all the wrong places. And long story short there, God's grace found me and stopped me from pursuing all of these unhealthy things. But gosh, if I could just show myself that in such a short amount of time, so many things would change. Less than a year later after that picture, I'd meet my husband. 2 years later, I'd be married, and I would start speaking to college students about the importance of voting. 3 years later, my media career would start. 5 years later, I'd become a mom. And then now 10 years later, I'm a mom of 3, and by God's grace, get to do so much of what I love to do. And my moral of the story is not that God promises that all of our dreams will come true, but that the season of sadness and disappointment and heartache that you're in will come to an end, and He will use it to sanctify you and grow you and change you for His glory. You do not have to have it all figured out right now. God will surprise you.
Hello, everybody. Video diary day 7. Does that make it good luck that I've been doing this for a week? Or does it mean that I need to start going faster? Yes, you should start going faster. Or is it a bad sign? Either way, I'm feeling great. See, I've been spending a lot of time in the word being Allie Beth Stuckey content, and it just occurred to me, if God predetermines everything about my life, then that means I'm going to hell anyways. So I decided to play Sims last night. I waited till after I had gotten a significant amount done. The script is currently over 100 pages. And yes, there are images in the script that make it longer, but I sized them down really small. So Allie graduated in 2014, and she actually was chosen to give a commencement speech at her graduation. And apparently that lit a fire inside her and inspired her to pursue public speaking as a career.
To you who have spent the past year on the receiving end of the dreaded yet increasingly pressing question, so what's the plan for next year? For me, this question has come in many forms, the best of them being, are there any men in your life? Assuming that if I'm not going to grad school or kicking off a killer career, I must be getting married. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but alas, for many of us, this just isn't so.
That's so funny because she got married the next year.
As articulate and as wise as you might be, Taylor Swift, your song set an unbelievably unrealistic expectation for our 22nd birthdays this year.
Wow. If college Allie could see herself now, I wonder how she would feel about her obsession with Taylor Swift being
a demonic woke witch.
Yes, we are happy, free, confused, lonely at the same time. Miserable? Maybe. Magical? Not quite as much. Because things like mortgages and interest rates just aren't that fun. All that most of us know about the stock market is that it takes up app space on our phone that could otherwise be used by something a little bit more helpful. To simply bask in the bliss of being young and confused sounds appealing right about now, doesn't it? To just have a conversation with our peers or our parents without the pressure to have it all figured out. But that is not reality. And if we're honest, we don't really want it to be. Yes, graduating is scary. Yes, the future is unknown. The real world is filled with vocabulary we can't define and problems we can't solve. Furman has prepared us for this. Missionary Jim Elliot was killed evangelizing in Ecuador in the mid-1950s. And before he died, he wrote these words in his journal. Wherever you are, be all there. To be engaged, we must be all there. For some of you, that means intentionally investing your time in people rather than in work or in school. For me, that means to stop talking to people, something I haven't done for the past 20 years. To stop planning, stop worrying, stop doing, and to just rest in this season of life. To be thankful, to just be. I hope that for each of us, we are satisfied with how we engaged each moment here. We can look ahead with anticipation, knowing that the relationships we've built will not end here. That's the beauty of Furman. It lasts.
After college, Allie started working at various PR agencies. I believe her degree is in communications, and so that worked pretty well for her. And I would also argue that Allie is just generally good at that stuff. Like, she has a really consistent social media presence. She's always like on the newest and latest social media apps, and she's always getting, you know, her content out there, and she's doing pretty well for herself. So I can see why she would enjoy a job like that. According to her LinkedIn, she worked as a social media strategist and publicist for C-Spark Go. That's probably one of those marketing companies. And you're going to love this. She led the team to grow Kanakuk's Facebook following by 27% and their Twitter following by 23% in 1 year. So she's the reason why Kanakuk's social media presence is so vivid, is so lively and robust. Allie did that. Was not expecting that connection on the Funny Friday Cinematic Universe today. She led the team to grow Chick-fil-A's Leader Academy's Facebook following by 26.7%, Twitter by 22.5%, and Instagram by 40% in 1 month. She developed the social media strategies for Kanakuk camps to help enable the highest point of enrollment in 5 years. That's definitely not a good thing, I'll tell you that. Executed geo-targeted Facebook ad campaign for Columbia Sportswear. Developed search engine optimization strategies by researching and employing latest social media trends for clients. Led teams of interns and apprentices in creating social media strategies for corporate clientele. Well, that is a lot of words for you had to hop on a call, touch base, synergize, and circle back. You know, she met her husband around this time in 2014, got married very shortly after, 9 months later in 2015, and here is the story of how they fell in love according to their Not KNOT page. When Allie Beth Simmons, 23, and a fitness instructor, and Timothy Stuckey, 24, and a loan officer, met at a CrossFit class in Athens, Georgia, they immediately clicked, spending hours talking in the parking lot. They went out, dated for 6 months, and then got engaged. Their garden wedding took place 4 months later, just 1 year after the first meeting. We found out quickly that when you know, you really do know, Allie Beth says. Shades of gold, blush, forest green, and cream were used for the ceremony and reception. Little decor was needed for the ceremony, in a historic home's sunken garden, so the only details added were florals to the chairs and the brick wall. Timothy and his father made the wooden cross that served as an altar. Allie Beth wore a custom-made mermaid-style gown with a sweetheart neckline and lace detailing. The reception was held in the front yard of the Hill in Athens, Georgia, under white tents that held the bandstand, dance floor, buffet tables, and bars. Farm tables were decorated with green garlands as table runners and with candelabras with long tapers. Bride
and groom. Signs decorated the head table. Guests dined on chicken and waffles posed in the photo frame as the Motown band played favorite songs. The cakes paid tribute to the places they'd lived, Athens and Greenville. The newlyweds danced their first song as husband and wife to Coming Home by Leon Bridges. They ended the night with a stunning sparkler exit and headed off to their new life in a Rolls Royce. Apparently Tim's nickname on the channel is Chief Relatable, because the male fans of her show are called Relatable and the women are called Related Girls. Come on, no love for the Related-thems, Allie? That's a big market you could be tapping into.
So I am from Georgia originally, Georgia boy, lived there my whole life until 2 years ago whenever we decided to uproot and move over to Texas. Love it in Texas, it's great here, but
Grew up in a small town.
yeah, small town in Georgia, small town there, and went to school a couple hours north of where I lived at the University of Georgia in Athens, where we met, and that'll be a part of our story. It is a part of our story. After school, worked there for a little bit, got a job out in Texas, moved out here with my Texas girl, and so, yeah.
And here we are.
Timothy isn't really on the channel very much. He doesn't even really seem to be that interested in politics.
Someone asked if you were as passionate about politics and stuff as I am.
I would say no, just because it's not what I do professionally, so I'm not as passionate about it, but am I not up to date, or do I not keep up with politics? That's no either. I mean, I do keep up with it, and I do read plenty about it, and it does get me worked up and fired up for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm less opinionated about it.
I don't even know if that's true. You do have a lot of opinions. You might not tweet them.
Yeah, okay, yeah. For sure.
I wanted to share some clips from this Q&A because it is quite cute, and they tell the story of how they met and their first date. Basically, they talk all night in a parking lot, become really good friends, and start dating.
And then what did we do after
But I was very
Mexican
thankful
food?
that you went with me that afternoon, because I'd also scored us great tickets to the Georgia-Auburn game. It was
Yeah.
It was going to be a fantastic time, and then you had a wedding
had a
to
wedding.
go to instead. But that was okay.
Yeah,
that was
because what did we do after the Mexican restaurant?
We went and walked around downtown Athens, and it was great.
That's all you want to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now it sounds sketchy.
Okay, I got a tattoo afterwards.
Yes.
And it was something we had talked about doing, and we had made, plans to do this thing, and I was like, all right, after our first date, after we get lunch together, we went and got a tattoo, and it was
He got a tattoo,
fantastic.
not like a tattoo together.
No,
a
yeah,
tattoo
not
that
together.
you had been wanting to get.
wanting it,
And
yeah.
you had been talking to me about getting a tattoo for like the whole time that we had been getting to know each other, and so we did do that on our first date.
We did.
But I remember thinking,
Memorable.
as he was getting his tattoo, like, this is gonna be really weird if we don't
gonna be
end
a
up
tough
getting
story to
married.
tell.
This is
The
gonna
next
be
year,
odd.
if I do
But
that.
we did, and then after that, someone asked
In 2015, she started speaking to sororities about the importance of voting, and her husband supported her throughout this. She said he would film on his little phone. I guess he was like Regina George's mom, if we're going with the Mean Girls metaphor.
Then 2015 rolls around. It's that crazy election between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton that's starting up. It's still the primary season, and I lived in this fairly conservative, what was kind of seen as conservative, at least back then, it's not now, college town. And I realized that all of these young women around me, these college students, they didn't know what was going on. They didn't really care. And what really concerned me, because I was leading this precious Bible study at the time, still keep in touch with a lot of these women. I almost said girls. And one of the girls in the Bible study, so she was a freshman, I was 1 year out of college. She is this sweet Christian girl, so smart. She tells me that she loves Bernie Sanders. And I'm like, I'm sorry? What? And so we start like going through the issues, and I'm like, wait. This is a problem. And by the way, she is extremely conservative now. But
around 2016, Allie started her Facebook blog, the Conservative Millennial blog. And that is really what kind of skyrocketed her into stardom. She started going on Fox News. She got involved with PragerU and different organizations like that. And the way that she got her start was apparently through connections that she had, some friends that she had at a local radio station.
But he was like, but I do have a friend in Nashville. His name is Steve, and he's better connected to like national radio stations. I'll connect you to Steve. And I remember we were like moving out of our apartment, about to move cities, and I'm in like our empty apartment, and I have this conversation with Steve, who is still, I think of him and I'm like, you were like the sweetest, just nicest person who had no reason to talk to me at all, no reason to spend an hour of his time just encouraging me and helping me. He was like, I don't really know very many people specifically in conservative media, but I do know Dana Loesch's executive producer, and his name is Kane, and I can introduce you to him, and he can give you a tour, maybe of Blaze Studios. And so I was just excited about that, to like take a tour. That's going to be so exciting. I can see, some, Glenn Beck and some of the people in conservative media. And so Kane was kind enough to meet me and to give me a tour. But then when I was there, one of the producers that worked at the Blaze at the time was like, hey, I've seen your videos. Do you want to come here and do like some Facebook Lives with us or something, or like do some social media videos? And so I did. And that's basically what started it. And I continued to speak at different places. And then Fox News asked me to come on and be a guest several times. And then it just kind of grew and grew. The videos that I was doing for the Blaze really worked. They performed really well. And then so it just kind of grew. And then, like I said, I went to CRTV, where I started my own thing, where I started Relatable, merged, became Blaze TV, and here I am today.
I looked far and wide for the original conservative millennial blog, and I was really having trouble finding it. I was able to find like the very first post on her Facebook, which by the way still has the same conservative millennial blog URL. And then most of it I just went to like alliebethstuckey.com and then went on the Wayback Machine and then went back as far as I could and just saw what I could find. But anyway, around this time she started speaking on Fox News.
Someone coming in, someone that they didn't vote for, someone who supposedly stands for things like bigotry and racism, all the things that millennials say that they stand against, and they feel entitled to speak up for this. Of course, we see the hypocrisy in this, that they're standing up for tolerance, they're standing up for love trumps hate, they're standing up apparently for freedom, but they're also using intolerance to shut down the freedom of other people's speech. And I think that's the scary duplicitousness of this. I say, where are your facts? What are the actual policies that he has implemented or that he's planning to implement that you actually think are racist or unconstitutional?
Listen, I don't really know what Allie is talking about here because this is a 37-second video and even the official Fox and Friends Facebook page didn't give context of what the hell she's talking about. I find it really interesting that she's talking about tolerance and students being offended, because if you look over here in the comment section, there's just a slur right there preserved on Facebook.
That's awesome. So you visit college campuses all the time, talk to students all the time. What are some of the biggest strengths and weaknesses you see in the young conservative movement today?
I think probably the biggest strength that we have is that we do have platforms like Turning Point USA and like other organizations that are giving us a voice, and that people are actually talking about the issues on college campuses of discrimination against Christians and conservatives, against free speech, freedom of religion, and things like that, no matter what your ideology is. I think that's our strength, that we're actually talking about those things, that we're brave enough to talk about them and bring them to light, that we're making news cycles constantly, it seems like. Our weakness is that sometimes that's all that we focus on, is scoring points and getting in the news cycle rather than actually caring about people. And that's a little bit what I worry about for the longevity of our movement. I think it's great to win arguments, but you have to win people's hearts in order for it to actually last. And I just want to make sure that the heart of our movement is still people, empowering people through individual responsibility and showing them why the free market works, why conservative principles work, but not just as an idea, but actually for people, for everyone.
2017, she started working for The Blaze. The Blaze is like less censorship version of Fox News. The Blaze was started by Glenn Beck. He was fired from Fox News. I didn't follow up too much on it.
He barked. He cried.
I just love my country.
He ranted.
Joe Biden, Joe Biden, Joe Biden, Joe Biden.
All while he built an army of fans that he led to Washington last summer with religious zeal.
Not just pray, but pray on your knees.
In more than 2 years at Fox News, Glenn Beck was a pivotal force in building the conservative grassroots and building support for the Tea Party.
Does the president really think we're this stupid?
But even for Fox News, the conservative cable channel, it might have become too much.
The bigger that Beck became, the more outrageous and outlandish some of the things he said seemed to be.
His trademark blackboard filled with conspiracy theories.
It's all connected. These people down here are radicals.
His rhetoric filled with controversy.
This president has a deep-seated hatred for white people or the white culture.
Even last night, his show was filled with visions of impending global doom.
I believe we're heading into deep and treacherous waters.
With these apocalyptic visions, he was losing advertisers and viewers, his ratings falling 30% from last year. And as for the comics like Jon Stewart, who have filled hours of their shows attacking Beck, they might be losing a favorite target.
I'm sorry, I promised myself that I would cry.
You get the sense that Fox wasn't laughing anymore. The head of Fox News, Roger Ailes, says he's read that Beck was fired, he's read that Beck has quit. Ailes says he's happy with both interpretations.
He started The Blaze, and it was at first like just internet only, and then now it's like on TV and stuff. It's like a regular channel. But it's where the really hard right people are. People that are too right-wing for Fox News, if you can imagine. Kind of like what Rumble is to YouTube, because Rumble's like a alt-right. It's not what it's for. That's not the intended purpose. That's where like Nick Fuentes and Steven Crowder go and stuff to make their videos. And so that's kind of like, think about that when we think about The Blaze and like what Allie does now, because like she's mentioned before, she has nobody in her ear at The Blaze telling her what to do, and she's allowed to speak on what she wants, and she does not have to have the same opinion as like the leadership at The Blaze.
Abortion-loving, anti-woman, anti-empowerment feminist Gloria Steinem recently said in an interview that more abortion is the solution to the impending doom of climate change. Specifically, she explained that forcing women to give birth has been the fundamental cause of climate change. But yes, it's conservatives who are the ones that are anti-science and heartless. Now, of course, Steinem supplied no data to back up her assertions, no logical reasoning, no substance to her argument, just a simple claim that the world would be a better place if we murdered more babies. Nothing screams female equality like dismembering unborn little girls. Right, Gloria?
And there's this article I found where it's talking about she joined The Blaze right as Tomi Lahren got fired. But this article from the Washington Examiner. Glenn Beck and The Blaze have made recurring headlines during the past couple of weeks after former Tomi Lahren's show with the network was canceled and the drama that ensued. But a new development at the conservative media outlet is surfacing to the spotlight. She's bold, blonde, and delightfully passionate. Some might describe her as The Blaze's new Tommy. Meet Allie Stuckey, a conservative blogger and vlogger living in Texas. Otherwise known by her fans as the conservative Millennial, Allie has been turning heads as the Blaze TV's newest Millennial on set. In an interview with Red Alert, Allie says she first began making camera appearances for various shows on the network after a producer recognized her from her Facebook videos in February and invited her for several Facebook Live video shoots, as well as guest appearances on The Dana Show. Now, Allie is working full-time as a contributing host in addition to maintaining her blog. I absolutely love it. The team is dynamic, and there's so many exciting things going on at The Blaze all the time, she said. Although her starting time at The Blaze briefly overlapped with Tomi Lahren's before she was fired, Allie did not have a personal relationship with Tomi. Nonetheless, she respects Tomi's voice as one of the many viewpoints the network sustains. There are differing opinions at The Blaze, and The Blaze is a place where people are free to have different opinions, and that's one thing I absolutely love about The Blaze, she says. I feel free to be who I am and state my opinions whether I was pro-choice or pro-life. I just happen to be pro-life. Interesting. That is interesting. Like, was there something else that was going on with Tomi being fired? Because that doesn't align with that belief, right? That I can say whatever I want, I won't get in trouble, I can be pro-choice or pro-life. I remember Tomi Lahren because I did used to, like, you know, I fell for a lot of the rage bait. I would watch her videos and get all angry and yell at her through my screen, and it's just interesting to see where she's at now and where Allie Beth's at. Because Tomi still has a platform. She's, like, on TV, I think. But she was supposed to be the millennial conservative. I remember her going on The Daily Show and talking about that. And she was like, what'd the KKK do? Yeah, never forget.
So when that now becomes the narrative and you're starting to loot, burn, and riot, what did the KKK do?
That is not, look, we'll go around in circles. Did you say, what did the KKK do?
No, what did they do? When you're saying, listen, Trevor.
Wow.
Trevor.
Listen, I swear I'm not an Allie Beth stan, but I know that she would have not bombed like that if given the same opportunity. She would not have said something that stupid, and if she did, she'd be able to recover. I'm going to show you a video, an early Allie video, where she sounds like a dead rigger for Tomi Lahren. I'm going to show you the Allie video after I show you the Tomi video. The way I say this is very confusing, but stick with me. I have a vision, and I think you're going to find it very interesting. If you've never seen one of Tomi Lahren's videos, she gets really angry and she hurls these like almost Shakespearean insults at the left or feminist or whoever she doesn't like. She gets real angry and she's like, you're babies, you're crybabies, you're suckers, you're losers. Like she just starts yelling at him.
So let me go ahead and eviscerate this mouth diarrhea for you sentence by sentence. Here we go. Colin, I support the First Amendment. I support your right to freedom of speech and expression. Go for it, bud. It's this country, the country that you have so much disdain for, that allows you the right to speak your mind. It protects your right to be a whiny, indulgent, attention-seeking crybaby. It also protects my right to shred you for it. See, the national anthem and our flag, they are not symbols of Black America, white America, brown America, or purple America for that matter. There are patriots of every race that have fought and died for this country, and we honor the flag and sing the anthem as a reminder. And Colin, if this country disgusts you so much, leave. I guarantee there are thousands and thousands of people around the world that would gladly take your spot. Because those that don't live under this flag are begging on the door to get in, not get out. Remember that. Is our country perfect? No. But what have you done to make it better? What's your contribution? Sitting there like a fool? What selfish is you, buddy? And what's your message to black kids, to people of color? That their biggest contribution to justice and self-fulfillment is to parade around with a chip on their shoulder like a victim? And Colin, how dare you sit there and blame white people for the problems of minority communities? After all, aren't you half white? Didn't two white parents adopt you after yours weren't willing to raise you?
I forgot how obscenely racist Tomi Lahren is. Like, can you believe that she said that on the air? That your black parents wouldn't raise you? Are you kidding me?
For a racist and horrible country filled with racist and horrible white people, that's really something, isn't it?
And she gets like real self-righteous, and she does kind of the same thing that Allie has been known to do, where she gets really arrogant and really angry, and because she is a articulate, smart woman, she is highly esteemed.
If you needed more proof that third-wave feminism is a twisted, immoral, backwards, anti-science, anti-fact virus that's infecting the minds of young women, this is it. Steinem and women like her don't care about women. Not really. They're not humanitarians. They're manipulators. They're deceivers. They're wolves in sheep's clothing lurking through communities of vulnerable, mostly minority women looking for the next victims to devour. Abortion has nothing to do with women's choices or liberation or equality or curing climate change. Abortion is now what it has always been, a eugenic means of ridding the world of humans someone has deemed unwanted. So let me put this in terms that liberals understand. Abortion is racist. Abortion is bigoted. Abortion is misogynistic. And abortion is hate. Abortion is genocide. At just 12 weeks old, still in the first trimester, the baby already starts to look like her parents. She has a face, arms, hands, fingers, feet. By the second trimester, she's moving and feeling. That's not a clump of cells. That's a child. And killing her won't diminish the patriarchy or fix climate change, Gloria Steinem. Advocating for abortion doesn't make you a hero. It makes you evil. My name is Allie, and this is the Millennial Moment.
So yeah, pretty conservative platform. And by the way, Glenn Beck is a Mormon. He converted to Mormonism. I know, let that sink in. And he's like open about it. Like, he spoke at the Latter-day Saints for Trump. And this does not bother Allie. She's actually pretty darn friendly to Mormons.
Listen, I've got a lot of people who are Mormons or who call themselves LDS who follow me. You follow me on Instagram. Maybe you're listening to this podcast right now, and we have a lot in common. Typically, people who are in the Mormon church are conservative. We do have a lot of the same views, and we have what sounds like a lot of the same theological views, a lot of the same doctrinal views.
Yeah, I mean, she says it right there. She has more in common with Mormons than maybe some other religious groups because they are so conservative. Something that will come up later. But yeah, I mean, that's not the only time. She's like interviewed people who have left Mormonism and platformed them, and then like some Mormon bros talked about it in their video. They said debunking religious bigots. Allie Beth Stuckey. Girls are fighting. Allie works with a bunch of different conservative organizations, notably the kind of internet savvy, young people, millennial-esque video outlets. Maybe I should just say what they are instead of trying to describe them. Fox News, PragerU.
And leftism, as a guiding principle, holds that the weak are good and the powerful are bad. That's why the great battle of our time is between Judeo-Christian values and leftist values.
Turning point.
Your political ideology is based not on what you think about policy primarily, but what you think about people. What distinguishes the right from the left isn't what we think about money or immigration or abortion. What distinguishes the right from the left is how we view the individual, how we view human beings.
Daily Wire.
Lol, everything about you is racist. You are white.
You're an annoying little boy who, if you were a bigger liar, your name would be Adolf Hitler.
Eventually she started speaking at CPAC.
Now, I want to transition to something that's a little bit different and something that I certainly don't consider myself an expert on, but something that's important to me and should be important to you as conservatives and as Americans, and that is our relationship with Israel.
The Young America's Foundation.
To me, socialism is so immoral. It's not just economically or politically stupid, as we've seen throughout history. It's immoral because it takes away something that has been integral in moving the human race forward for all of history, and that's purpose. Socialism talks a lot about abolishing profit, but it's fundamentally not profit that it gets rid of. It's purpose.
She has worked with legislators. She worked with Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She spoke to Congress about pro-life values. Like, she's all over the place. But
Mrs. Stuckey, you said you want to see the same basic compassion. You made that comment. Well, I wanted to see the same basic compassion for maternal mortality. I had to water down the bill I had because the compassionate Republicans, not one, would sign on to the bill to extend Medicaid. We have not been able to get a gun violence prevention bill passed because we don't have the same basic compassion once the unborn fetus becomes a baby and they grow up. We don't seem to have compassion in that area. We don't have the same compassion when it comes to feeding our young people. We don't seem to care about that. We're looking at cutting back, so 500,000 people don't have the food they had. So where is the compassion once you're born? That's the question I have.
Well, Ms. Kelly, thank you so much for bringing up these points, because I agree that we should have compassion from the womb to the tomb. That's what I believe. I don't necessarily agree with all of your legislative solutions to that. I do believe the private sector does a much better job, but your premise is that these things are mutually exclusive, that we either have to be on your side of the debate and we're violently murdering children inside the womb,
heard me.
Or we're not.
No, I'm just saying, like you're saying we're violently murdering, but there's a lot of kids being murdered every day,
and
we don't do anything about that. I'm reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
She rallied for Kavanaugh and took every single opportunity possible to come to his defense.
And the thing that we're fighting for is someone who, quite simply, is going to stand up for the Constitution and stand up for our constitutional rights and our freedoms. And apparently to some people, that's really scary. The whole idea of standing up for the Constitution. See, what they're afraid of, this opposition to Kavanaugh, is not that he's actually guilty of these unsubstantiated, uncorroborated allegations from 35 years ago. They don't actually care about what happened 35 years ago. They care about what he's going to do for the next 30 years. And specifically what they're scared of they're scared that he is going to, for example, overturn Roe v. Wade, which he has never said that he is going to do. He said that he's going to take every decision and weigh it against the Constitution. But they accuse people like me of secretly wanting to see Roe v. Wade overturned. And I say that's absurd. I don't secretly want to see Roe v. Wade overturned. I openly want to see Roe v. Wade overturned.
Allie would use the Kavanaugh, what would you call that, fandom, to kind of piggyback off of her other favorite cause, which is anti-Me Too.
We haven't had anyone talk about the Me Too movement, really. Haven't discussed it much in PragerU. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, as a woman in particular, although I know it affects men and women, I'm very sensitive to any cases of sexual assault or sexual harassment. However, sadly, we continue to have to put a caveat on that and say legitimate cases of sexual assault and sexual harassment, because what we're seeing with the Me Too movement is the pendulum swinging so far over to the left that it's really become this demonization of all men and what really the left calls toxic masculinity, which is really blaming all men for any discrimination or any victimization of women by the male species, which is what I think is absolutely wrong. And what I think is probably the most damning part of it all and the most consequential part of it all is that we believe now that the remedy to the Me Too movement or the Me Too tragedy, really, that so many women get sexually assaulted and harassed, we think that the remedy now needs to be emasculation of men. And I saw this cover for the Hollywood Reporter today, and it said the triumph of the beta male. And that is going to be the trend that we see moving forward, in large part because of third wave feminism, but also because of the rise of this Me Too movement. Guys are going to be so afraid of getting called out for sexual harassment or assault just for making eye contact or asking a woman on a date that we're going to see the rise of these beta emasculated men as a result. And I think that is a tragedy.
Video diary day 8 or 9. I'm losing track of time. I think I'm getting close to the end. I think I have this on lock. I think we're going to get through this. But what I wanted to talk about today, what I have been musing about in my brain for a little bit, is Allie Beth's argument style. Because it's very similar to Ben Shapiro's, and in fact they are friends. It's genius on their part, because they will always be advocating for God, or, their version of religion, or, I don't want to just say Bible-based, because Ben, obviously. I've just been thinking about it, and it's the ultimate, on the playground, I'm right, you're wrong, because, of course, they have God on their side. Nothing that we could ever argue with them would be good enough, because they are basing this on a completely different worldview. They're not talking about society and the real world. They're talking about their religious worldview. You can never argue with them, because then you're arguing against God. That means they always win the argument. Because how could you not? They literally have God on their side. So everything that we say is going to fall short of that. It's perfect. Because how do you argue with God?
We have to provide the answer for these things. We are agents of order as Christians. That is part of what we do and why we are here. That's what Christians have done throughout history. We have been agents of order. We have been agents of civilization.
Summer of 2018, and I think this originally was done for a CRTV broadcast or some sort of internet thing. Allie made a skit where she pretends to interview AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she cuts it with footage of AOC seemingly being stupid. That's a huge trope with Republicans. They think that AOC is stupid. I don't think she's any, smarter or dumber than anybody else in Congress. But that's their sticking point. And I think it's because maybe they're projecting,
But anyway, back in 2018, she did this sketch thing, and everybody keeps calling it viral. I don't know if it would be viral by today's standards, but it was a pretty big deal at the time, all over Twitter, Fox News, Facebook, the places where things like that do well. And even AOC responded, and I can't find the original. I don't think it really matters because I'm going to play for you a news clip where they show sections of the video anyway.
Because you were facing some pretty tough criticism and backlash. Let's go ahead and take a look at this clip, and then we'll get your reaction on the back end.
Do you have any knowledge whatsoever about how our political system works? Yikes. Does that make you a little bit nervous?
All right, Allie Beth, go ahead, explain from the beginning what happened here and then the criticism that you were facing.
Sure. We employed a tactic that people have been using in political dialogue for decades, which is satire. And in particular, this tactic is not something that we gave birth to ourselves. Stephen Colbert, Jay Leno, other late night show hosts have used this exact same tactic of making a legitimate point through absurd means. And that's exactly what we did. I have no apologies for this. I might have received some backlash from people who decided to manufacture some faux outrage on the left. But for the most part, people appreciated and understood the joke, and I'm glad to inject some humor in this often all too serious conversation that we have.
So here's a response from Ocasio-Cortez. Republicans are so scared of me that they're faking videos and presenting them as real on Facebook because they can't deal with reality anymore. Here's one bona fide truth. Election day is November 6th.
We're just at a point in time where nobody can take jokes anymore. You know what I mean?
There's a response there. What do you think?
Look, we already know that socialists don't understand basic economics. They don't understand basic geopolitics. It's not that surprising that they also don't understand humor. So that tweet was no surprise for me.
Of course, you know, Allie and Ben and all those people insist on, you know, the left has no sense of humor and they just don't like it when we make fun of their people. And I guess anything could be argued, really. Comedy is subjective, but I didn't think it was very funny because, like, I know that in real life AOC is not this stupid, so it's not funny. There's no subversion of expectation. There's no absurdity to it. It's just Allie being like, so you don't know anything about anything, right? And then AOC going, and she's like, see, she's dumb. It's like, you know, I just think that the comedy could have been elevated. I think that something else could have been done with this, but she insists, you know, we have no sense of humor over here on the left.
And you've been in the headlines a lot over the last couple of years, particularly for having a thing called a sense of humor, which I believe the left has near made illegal at this point.
Yes, they've completely killed it.
And, well, one of your most famous non-humorous bits, it was not satire, I was informed, it was just fake videos, bad editing, was you making fun of Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez.
Yes, which was really easy to do because all we had to do was take things that she actually said and ask her questions and make her answer them to show, hey, this lady doesn't actually know very much. And so we didn't even have to satirize it all that much. We didn't have to, you know, take her words out of context that much. We just kind of showed, hey, this is who she is and what she believes, and it worked.
And, you know, I'll say it again. Comedy is subjective. Maybe some people laughed at this. Maybe this is Allie's magnum opus. I don't know. But I think it was creative. It just didn't, you know, it just didn't do anything for me. Personally, as somebody who knows how to edit videos, who likes to think of themselves as decently funny, I made my own edit compilation thing of Allie being taken out of context, Allie and her friends, that I think is quite funny, and I think actually makes Allie look better than she really is. So, enjoy.
You're a child of the devil.
Thank you. Furries and polyamorous people seek validation for their sexual preferences and identities from children. That on TLC there was that show called Sister Wives.
Oh yeah.
I think they have disbanded.
Oh yeah, I think like three of them have left now, right?
There, I guess.
I don't know how many there were.
Yeah, there. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry for everyone that is involved in that.
Say, well, they look like babies, but really in the series, they're really 700 years old. They're really like a century-old witch. They just always look young.
And I will put the picture of this product up. I'm just still very confused. This is again by Tomboy X. This is Pride Adult Tomboy X packing underwear. Very disturbing.
I'm doing well. Things are really good.
It's not saying that everyone who watches anime or everyone who likes anime is in that world or is dark or perverse or gender confused in any way. I'm just saying those who are gender confused, it seems like a crazy majority of them, a crazy percentage of them are also obsessed with anime.
All of your white Christian girlfriends were crazy. But if I were to pick like a theory, I'm like, I could see dinosaurs not being real. I don't know. And I don't know about the moon.
But then the gender Tumblr stuff and the Doctor Who Sherlock stuff, there's some intersection.
You've got this other picture, and here is what looks like a priest that is washing the feet of a very noticeably flamboyantly gay man.
It's true. And a lot, the argument that you're not hurting anyone is like, okay, but those people are actually hurting themselves. I would even argue people who are like severe Disney adults are harming themselves by being so obsessed with something like that.
Use the euphemism abortionist. I mean, really, they are serial killers. They just have a lot of PR, better PR than most serial killers do today.
Empathy.
So consistently, if we're to not be hypocrites, I would say abortion doctors deserve the same punishment as any other murderers do. Let's see, what's my favorite Bible verse and why?
Things are really good. It's better this way, actually.
Nothing gets my knob a-cranking like some lolly.
Make a list of things that before you go to the store so that you don't, buy things that you shouldn't have.
You don't really know me. I'm secretly a wolf. You think I'm just Ethan, but when I'm secretly howling at the moon every night.
Trump is a racist. He just is.
It's called sissy porn as well. Whenever you see that, when someone transitions and you go back into their history and you're like, anime, expected that. It's become just so predictable.
Yeah, us conservative millennials are basically like the new punk rockers of the 80s. We're the counterculture, the cool kids now. It's crazy to see that.
Yep, definitely.
Allie made a lot of rage bait content during this time, did a lot of interviews, did a lot of Fox News appearances, but she also made a lot of skits or participated in making skits with people. And I'm going to say Allie is not funny. Like, I've let out a few chuckles, a few exhales. I've never slapped my knee, but, when she's not doing the how many genders joke, like... It's okay. Little judgmental, not my taste.
Guys, welcome to Bible study. Okay, first we're gonna do high, low, high, low, high, high, low, low, high, and then what you ate for lunch. Okay, who wants to open us up in prayer? Any 9s want to get out of their comfort zone and go ahead and do that? I'm only seeing 1s, 3s, and 8s right now. I would even take a 4. Okay, you have got a 3-wing, but that's okay. Okay, now let's do an icebreaker. Y'all want to do die date? Let's do it. So did everyone read the passage that they were supposed to read last week? I know. It was super convicting, right? Did everyone bring it? Everyone? Okay, good.
Okay, she made a book called Wash Your Face. Like, do we have to be obsessed with it?
Girl, Wash Your Face by Rachel Hollis.
Oh my gosh. No, of course I don't have that.
It's a great read.
Research purpose.
Make sure that you follow this eating plan, wash your face, clean out your closet until it sparks joy.
Someone else sent me a message saying that a couple years ago she was all in on Rachel Hollis, Girl, Wash Your Face. That was the entire culture that she was consumed by. And then she realized how empty and how fleeting that all was.
Look, right here. She brings her up in the damn book. What is the obsession?
I have 5 quotes from your book, You're Not Enough and That's Okay, and Rachel Hollis's book, Girl Wash Your Face.
Yes.
So I'm going to read a quote, and all of you are going to guess which book it's from.
This is going to be really tough because I actually wrote I just kind of copy and pasted her book and onto
That's
my
a good point.
book.
This one was more conceptual, but this is Allie dressed as a cop doing a sketch about the tone police. And that's about as much as I can play before I get a copyright claim. Bold move, Turning Point, using that song.
We see a lot of that in this business. Christians speaking truth, saying things are right or wrong or good or bad. But you know, Jesus never did that.
Also, once again, this is a 2 nickels moment. Because you're telling me I have footage of 2 fundy women on my channel dressed as cops doing a skit. Just saying. If I had a nickel for every time, just saying. Maybe I should get 2 nickels and put them up here by my desk, and then I can bring them out every time this happens. There's also this video called A Midterms Message from Your Favorite Democrat.
Hi, I'm the spokesperson for the Democratic Party, and I'm here to tell you why you need to vote blue this November. It's been a crazy few years, and after getting that former guy out of office through totally legitimate means...
What do you mean by that, Allie? It's really important that you explain what you mean by that.
We've finally been able to get some work done for the American people. Led by our vivacious president, the country is better off than it was before. Sure, you can't afford to feed your family, but let's take a step back and look at the big picture. The first priority for our devoutly Catholic president is to make it easier to dismember babies in the womb. Our foreign policy has been, well, perfect. Just a few months after Joe Biden took office, America brought Afghanistan back to its tribal roots, reviving their classic culture. Some people criticize our immigration policy, which is basically to incentivize poor migrants to cross the border by refusing to enforce the law and promising them free stuff. The only way we'll change our policy is if Texas border towns keep turning red. In that case, we'll have a wall up faster than you can say, "Si se podway."
I had to look that up. Apparently, Jill Biden, his wife, mispronounced "si se puede," and this is them making fun of that. Did you have to put the sombrero on, Allie?
I don't know what I'd do without Democrats and the teachers' unions. With their help, I get to spend all day telling white kids to hate themselves. Thanks. Democrats' COVID policies forced me to shut down, and honestly,
I'm kind of obsessed with they, them, Allie. My apologies. Jack uses he, him pronouns, but Quinn uses they, them pronouns.
it's fine. It's great. It's great. I'm great. I'm doing well. Things are really good. It's better this way, actually. Democrats have been in charge of my city for decades, and while we don't have any jobs here anymore, I can't go out at night without the fear of being murdered, and our water is undrinkable. I still feel really good knowing that my vote helped my neighbor. Somehow.
I take it all back. I need to put my feelings about they, them, Allie on a shelf and deal with them later, because that was very racist. Like, she can't keep getting away with this.
Welcome to our DEI training. DEI stands for Don't Entice Infants. That's really anti-grooming training. It's not enough to be not a groomer. One must be actively anti-grooming. And really, those who are defending themselves against accusations of grooming are expressing their groomer fragility. This is just evidence that they are a groomer. Really important that you get educated on this, but also don't ask those of us who are doing the work in this sphere to educate you. We've already expended too much energy doing that. We need to stop centering groomers in this country better.
Video diary, day 9. I can't believe it's that many. Wow. I'm losing my mind. Actually, I'm at the tail end, guys. I'm on like the 3rd rewrite of the script. but I'm still making my way through videos because now I find out she doesn't go to CPAC anymore. I gotta investigate that. I just saw her do CPAC 2018. James is watching the Trump interview. I got him working on shit. This needs to stop. Oh, also, I did just finish her book today. So, Allie's just on my mind. I need to get this done. I need to get this done. I'm losing my mind. I don't like it. I'm scared. I want an adult. It's so funny watching these video diaries back because this episode has taken so long to make that everything that I was saying last week and all the problems that I was having, I'm still having now. I have cut a lot out of the video, and what you're about to see is a much more abridged version of the video, and I think it's perfectly fine. Probably got another hour left, so buckle up. But I just wanted to point out that this video took so long, and Allie is so prolific, and she does this kind of work every single day. This is her day job, being a pundit and a political commentator, that more events has happened in Allie's lore in the past 2 weeks, including the Least of These drama, where Russell Moore kind of called Allie out in Christianity Today over her comments about Tim Walls talking about the Least of These. And then just today, a few hours ago, Allie spoke at Liberty University Convocation. And so obviously I'm not going to be able to touch on all of that, but just keep in mind, like, the Allie train just keeps on rolling. So in 2018, Allie officially started her podcast called Relatable. It's now like a video podcast. I think most people probably watch it on YouTube just because, like, who doesn't want the visual element, you know? It really adds to things, you know, because then you can do stuff like put a jack-o'-lantern from the 90s on your lamp.
I forget what it was called. It was like Allie on TV or just Allie or something like that. It was a cute little brand a little bit because, okay, Relatable started at like in March of 2018. So it started on CRTV, just behind the scenes, just for subscribers. Then I asked, I was like, can I please put this on YouTube and can it turn into a podcast? And so I did. That's how we came up with the Relatable. And I still remember like trying to go through names. I made like the podcast art. We can put that up, the original podcast art too. I made that like I think on Canva myself. And I don't think anyone else helped me come up with the name. I think I went through like Relevant or I just, yeah. And then I landed on Relatable.
She also talks about a pilot that she filmed for CNN in like a View type show, you know, where they'd have like a couple conservatives, a couple progressives, and then, you know, they duke it out every day over daily topics, and they duke it out every day over, you know, relevant topics. And apparently they shot that and it never made it to air.
For example, I filmed in 2018, I filmed a pilot with CNN. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, 2018, I filmed a pilot with CNN. It was going to be like kind of like The View. It was with Anna Navarro and Mary Catherine Ham and then Dana Bash. I forget who all it was. It was an interesting group.
Man, I actually think that would have been a really good gig for Allie. Now, she wouldn't have gotten to, you know, be the Allie show and do whatever she wants all the time, but like it would have been nice if she had to have a liberal that she spoke to every day.
But MK and I were the only conservatives, and yeah, we filmed a pilot and it didn't take off. It didn't get picked up, and I was disappointed in that. I thought it'd be so cool to like live in DC or to travel to DC and to like have this TV job. This is going to be my really big break. But then it didn't work out, and just a few weeks later, we got pregnant with my first, and that was so obviously God's plan, and it was so much better. It was so much better.
They also, as a part of this like celebration, 1,000 episodes, somebody on her team made a montage that I am totally going to steal and show you now.
Guys, welcome to Relatable. Happy Monday, happy Tuesday, happy Wednesday, happy Thursday. You raise a respectful ruckus for the things that matter and you share the arrows. with other people who are voicing an unpopular opinion. His eternal plan of redemption is always going off without a hitch. Politics matter because policy matters because people matter. Kids are always the unconsenting subjects of progressive social experiments. My call to share the gospel, to raise my kids, to do the next right thing in faith with excellence and for the glory of God does not change.
I learned that God's going to judge me by his standard of goodness and not the world's standard of goodness.
I'm on fire for Jesus. Like I don't plan on this dimming out.
Like it took me so many years to realize that God was a good and loving Heavenly Father, not waiting to punish me at every turn for some sin maybe I forgot to confess.
The Jesus of the Gospels never demonstrated truth in one place and love in another. It was always love and truth.
It was the red words of Jesus in the New Testament that really hit me. That really started my personal relationship with Jesus.
The real question in life is, what are you going to do when this life ends?
If I ever have a daughter, I want her to have the opportunity to win a world title without competing against males.
Parents feel that they can't send their kid to school because they're worried about the kids coming back with having an agenda shoved down their throat.
I don't think any of the presidents ever gone through anything like this where it was hoaxes and they impeached me twice for no reason.
This is a theory, okay? I'm just gonna say this. Dinosaurs never existed. Some of this has been constructed by a bunch of nerds who were like, oh, Jurassic Park, that would be so cool, man.
I started this interview as a man, but will I finish it as a man? The wing dysphoria is...
Everyone in this room is laughing.
Okay.
This is so funny to me. Might not be funny to you. That's all we got for this week. We will be back here on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We will be back here on Friday, and I'll see you then.
Hello. Video diary day 10. Either way, it's been a long time. It's been at least a week of dedicated Allie Beth study. Allie Beth research. I feel like I have finally reached nirvana in that aspect. I just got done writing what I think is going to be the conclusion. I feel really good about it, and I think I'm going to have time to film some fun stuff for the episode. I think I'm going to get it done, and I think we've got this. I think I'm ready to go. I'm not anxious about it anymore. I'm feeling amazing. I'm editing the clips now that I have been gathering, and I'm like, you know, finding some patterns, and you know, I love to organize. So it's been great, and I feel good about it. So see you soon. On March 15th, 2019, Allie tweeted this: "The beautiful thing about the gospel is that it doesn't heed the disdain or mockery of others. It moves, works its power, and accomplishes exactly what God wants it to accomplish. And there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. So remember that. The gospel does not mock." Generally, all of Allie's opinions are going to be terrible, according to my standards. Of course, I'm not being held to God's standards. But the fact that she so quickly dehumanizes people, the fact that she refuses to get to know or understand somebody from a different walk of life, and the fact that she carries this arrogance with her of speaking for God, knowing what God wants, that affects everything. And so it really, you know, her philosophy is rotten right to the core. And this does come into play a lot when you think about the cognitive dissonance that Allie and people like her are going through. The constant having to rectify their godly beliefs with like regular good person beliefs. For example, her saying that you can congratulate a coworker for having a baby, but you can't condone that they are gay or use IVF.
Knowing what you know about that is not a neutral process, that is not an ethical process. It's actually a very wicked and selfish process for the person who is doing the
the buying and the exploiting, and then also your belief about marriage that we see in the first chapter of the Bible, that we don't believe that there is a definition of marriage outside of the marriage between a man and a woman. So you cannot, in good faith, like in alignment with what you believe, congratulate them. That doesn't mean that you can't be kind to them. That doesn't mean that you can't say things like, or ask them questions if you want to, or be interested in their lives, or talk to them, or if they show you their wedding plans or show you a picture of their child, of course you can say, that's beautiful. Wow, she's adorable. She's so precious. You know, things like that. You can still be involved in their lives, and you can be interested in trying to build that relationship with them and care about the things that they care about. Without condoning it, without celebrating it, without congratulating it, and without participating in it. So that's just in general what I would say. I don't think that's easy, what I just recommended, but I would say to try to stay in alignment with your faith, which is the most important thing, and also try to be a friend to them, which is much lower in priority than honoring God.
This all comes into play when we consider Allie's friendship with Dave Rubin, who is I think he's a libertarian. He's another pundit, and he is gay, and he and Allie are, I would consider them to be like good work friends. You know, they probably give each other gifts at Christmas, you know, but I don't think that they're so close that Allie would compromise her values.
Now, so people are going to clip this and they're going to go, see, there's Reuben sitting with another homophobe, right to his face, sitting in his house where he lives with his husband.
You like hanging out with homophobes.
Right,
yeah.
and it's just like, I said it to Ben, so I'll say it to you, like, as long as you're not trying to legislate my life, I don't care.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a part of me that I'm like, maybe I should care more. Should I be more offended or something like that?
Yeah.
I just don't.
Well, I think part of it too is, one, you want to be left alone, like so many people, like Christians do too. Like,
go live your life.
Yeah, you want to be left alone. And I think also, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the problem that especially Christians see on the left is that they conflate sexuality with identity. And so if I disagree with your relationship from a Christian perspective, then that must mean that I hate you. But I don't hate you. I think that you're a great person. I think you're a smart person and your husband's awesome. And so a lot of people on the left seem to not be able to separate those two things, that I can love you as a person and respect you and admire you as a person and not agree from my own Christian perspective with your relationship.
Allie is definitely consistent, and she sticks to her morals, and sometimes that means being a shitty friend. So when Dave announced that he was having children with his husband, she put out a video saying that she could not in good faith congratulate him.
What are my thoughts on my colleague, Dave Rubin, sharing that he is expecting 2 babies with his husband via surrogate? I am a Christian who has been very outspoken about the biblical definition of marriage, as well as my qualms with surrogacy. So this video is for those who have asked in good faith my perspective. This is not for all of those mean-spirited keyboard warriors who have demanded that I make a statement when and how they want me to. I don't care about them. I care about, as always, trying to add as much clarity to confusion that I possibly can. I have been on Dave's show where I have told him explicitly what I believe and why about marriage and sexuality. I have already talked to Dave privately about this situation, about how while I believe that he and his husband will make great dads, I cannot in good conscience send my congrats. It's hard trying to balance how to love someone and to show them that you support them in certain ways while also staying true to your values and representing those values honestly.
Earlier this year, Allie Beth made a video and a series of tweets about a mysterious case of a 10-year-old girl in Ohio becoming pregnant, presumably from assault, and not being able to get access to an abortion. And instead of being compassionate and empathetic and trying to see the nuance in things, of course Allie was just very callous and distrustful and cruel and downright evil when talking about this scenario.
Apparently 10 years old, who is pregnant, who couldn't get an abortion. And you know what is strangely missing from these stories? Any talk about who actually impregnated her. There is strangely very little talk about the crime and about the person who probably raped her. There is very little talk about the responsibility on the other end of the person who did this to her. Isn't that strange? Like, isn't that the great atrocity that we should all be talking about here? Isn't that the first question that everyone should have? Not whether this child is going to be able to get an abortion, but who did this to this child? Like, don't you think fair and responsible reporting would highlight that? Like, wouldn't that be the lead?
And all Allie cares to say is, well, if you guys really cared about children, then you would be mad that she was. No shit, we're mad. Like, that's implied. Do you need to be spoon-fed all of your information? Do you need to be told what to think? Because that's not a normal reaction. There's not real reporters. They didn't ask the questions that I wanted. They probably also had to keep her name and the abuser's name out of the press because then weirdos like you would get obsessed with it. It's going to end up on Fox News. There's probably a lot of shit going on behind the scenes that wasn't reported in the article. Do you need your hand held and to be told how to read this article? No, you don't. You're acting dumb on purpose. You know better, Allie Beth. You're smarter than this, and you claim to be compassionate. So why in the hell would you ever question a story like this?
Third red flag, the timing is a little too on the nose. So right after Roe v. Wade happened, is overturned, this becomes a national news story. That's really convenient for the people who have been trying to push the idea that abortion is a necessary procedure that should be legalized through all 9 months of pregnancy.
Because I watched that whole episode twice. And she goes on to say, oh, I care about this girl, and that's terrible that she's going through this. Not once did you talk about what happens after. Okay, she can't get the abortion. She has to have it now. She has to be a mother at 10. She has to co-parent with her. That's not what we're talking about here. We're all obsessed with, well, why didn't they report on the guy? They probably did, but they can't tell you the names of these people because there's a minor involved. There's a criminal investigation involved. You're not entitled to all this information. Yeah, oh, it's so convenient they brought it up at the DNC. No shit, people bring up relevant things when they're relevant.
That this person is brought to justice. They're not concerned with any sort of investigation into this or what law enforcement is doing. This is the same media who takes every opportunity to try to criticize the police where they can. Now, they're not even calling on the police to try to protect this girl or other girls. They're not interested in saying, okay, abortion should be banned except for when a 10-year-old is, and then they should be able to get an abortion. They're just bringing this up to try to manipulate you. All of the activists that are highlighting this case to try to extort you are interested in allowing abortion through all 9 months of pregnancy. And so it's a fallacious argument, again, to just try to trigger your emotions into buying into their illogical and what I think is an inhumane position that it is okay to purposely kill a human being just because they reside in the womb.
This is crazy. We're delusional. We have all our woke genders. You don't believe that little girls can be assaulted and need abortions. That's crazy to me. Right now, the Wikipedia page of the world's youngest mothers. This happens, and you're going to say, seems suspicious. Well, you know what you're saying when you act like that? You're invalidating every single person who has ever gone through child. Really. And I know there's quite a few watching your channel. Same thing happens when you call a feminist ugly and fat, when you call a trans person a groomer, when you imply that racism isn't real and that it's something to joke about. You are sending a message to the people watching that. They are understanding, oh, you don't like me. I'm not a person to you. You don't respect me. And I'm sure quite a few of them will do the mental gymnastics, get over it, and keep watching your show. But this is just absolutely the line for me. Because you cannot say that you care about children and unborn children when you're not caring about the ones that are here. Like, here it is. That's that you would question this story. In 2020, Allie Beth landed herself in hot water again because she kept making comments about Black Lives Matter and fighting with theologians and everybody on Twitter, and it's like, well, maybe you shouldn't say the inflammatory and offensive things that you say.
And I think a lot of you kind of had like an identity crisis, which I totally understand. I had moments like this too in 2020, looking around and being like, this doesn't sound right. None of this sounds biblical at all. But these people that I really respect are saying these things. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe they're right. And I'm not saying that I got everything right, obviously. Like, there's so many things that I learn over time that I'm like, oh, I said that wasn't right, or that whatever, and that I've changed. But I did refuse to post a black square. And I did refuse to go along with a lot of the riots are the voice of the unheard. America is systemically racist. And the white race needs to carry some kind of guilt or responsibility for reparations for what people who remotely looked like them in the same relative geographical location 200 years ago might have done. It never made any sense to me. And I had a lot of conversations with a lot of Christian leaders in that time who I know that my words were a thorn in their side because they were getting people, Christians, who followed me, who would go to them and say, okay, you're saying this, but here's what Allie Stuckey said, or here's what this podcast said. And there was a lot of conflict during that time between me and other Christian leaders behind the scenes, probably between you and your friends, between churches and their congregants.
And obviously we could talk about Allie Beth's racism and dog whistles and allegiance to white supremacy and refusal to acknowledge systematic racism, especially the kind that her church participated in, perpetuated in, and still benefits from. But this video is already over 3 hours, so instead I'm just going to play you a clip that I felt to be particularly problematic. And in this clip, Allie is talking about the late Breonna Taylor.
The police, after months of surveillance and investigation, had reason, lots of reasons, to believe that Breonna Taylor was heavily involved in a notorious narcotics ring in Louisville. Her name and address were on the warrant. So it is simply not true that that this was a mistaken entry, that they accidentally went to the wrong place. She was not the center of this investigation, but she was very closely correlated to, connected to the center of this investigation.
I just find that interesting because the way that she's speaking about Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend acting like just because they did crimes sometimes that they deserve to die. And I know that sounds a little dramatic, but this is a dramatic situation.
But those are the circumstances that were surrounding her tragic death. We don't know for sure that Breonna Taylor was involved in a drug dealing ring. We believe in innocence until proven guilty. But according to police reports, they had several reasons to believe she was. That is why not her death was justified, but that is why the warrant was justified. There's been an argument that they should have never been there in the first place. Well, they actually had a lot of reasons to believe that they should be there. So
that line of reasoning is constantly brought up by bad faith actors. One might call them racist to justify police violence. They go, oh, well, so-and-so was committing a crime. So-and-so was loitering. They were resisting arrest. Like, I don't care. The government, the state, the police should not have the freedom to kill whom they wish. And if you look back at the stuff that Allie produced with PragerU, she talks about how our justice system is so fair and people have the right to have a trial. And, like, what do you think this was? Did Breonna Taylor, did she get a trial? Then there is this video called How My Politics Have Changed Over the Past 2 Years, episode 712.
Do I have a non-conservative political opinion, like one thing you agree with libs on? Good question. So I don't know that I have a liberal opinion. I have changed in some ways within my conservatism over the past few years. Like in some ways, I think that I've become more, I've moved to the right on some issues, especially social issues for sure. But like, I agree with what liberals used to think about things that apparently a lot of them don't think anymore. I am a lot more anti-interventionist and anti-war, or at least
unnecessary, what I think are unjust wars than I was before. I used to kind of have this mentality that, well, you know, America does need to be involved in all of these conflicts because we've got to be the one to maintain the peace. And I do think that that is true probably in some ways, but I feel like the whole Ukraine thing and how we have continued to dole out billions of dollars to protect the border of Ukraine as we are doing nothing almost to protect our own borders, even as we are suffering with inflation here and the spending is making that worse. I have started to be skeptical of many of the choices, the foreign policy choices that America has made over its history, whereas I have just kind of assumed that America must have always been in the right when they have intervened. And I think sometimes they are. I have started to ask myself, why do I assume that America has always been in the right when it comes to foreign conflicts? And so I am more skeptical about that. I'm a lot more, not completely isolationist, but more isolationist. Maybe it's preservationist or maybe it's nationalist.
But earlier in that video, she talks about this woman, apparently she's a public school teacher. She writes in asking Allie a question. She says, how can I share the gospel with public school students? Then Allie goes on to say that this woman should honor God, follow God's rules, and not the teachers union or the school board or the law. Like in regards to what they want to teach, she said, you teach what you need to teach. Do not give in to their woke delusions.
You are kind of bound to the secular anti-God worldview of public education. It is anti-Christian by law. And so that is difficult, but that doesn't mean that you can't make a difference. One, through the kindness that you show to your students. You might be the only source of kindness and stability that some of these kids ever see or experience. You could be a refuge for them, and you can be a source of truth. And by the way, if you are ever instructed to lie in your job, you are bound to something that's higher than your curriculum, that's higher than the school board, that's higher than your administration, that's higher than the teachers unions, and that is to the law of God. And so while you may not be able to buck every policy that your school has, you are obligated to follow God's truth first and foremost. And so that means that if you are told that you have to teach that there is no God, if you have to teach that America has exclusively been a place of oppression and that white kids are oppressors because of their skin color, black and brown kids are oppressed because of their skin color, if you have to teach that girls can be boys and boys can be girls, you are obligated not to do that. And I understand that there is risk that comes with that. There's a cost that comes with that. It's easier said than done, absolutely, but that is the cost of being a Christian in an anti-Christian world. It simply is. And maybe you can organize with other teachers to take a stand against having to lie about these things. Maybe you can rally other parents to make a difference. But at the end of the day, the least that we can do and have to do as Christians is not to lie in a culture that is so inundated with and characterized by lies. So you be a beacon of truth in every possible way that you can. And I promise God will use you to glorify Him. And that's what we're all trying to do. All right, that's all I got time for today.
She is going to get this woman fired and sued. Somebody's going to get sued from somebody. That's for sure. Like, that's clearly a violation of separation of church and state. She thinks that it's going to be like a God's not dead situation. No, someone's going to jail. 2019, she spoke at CPAC again. The Gaylord Center. And they walk out to something just like this.
And Blaze TV's Allie Stuckey.
Allie doesn't say anything that crazy in this one. It's more her bouncing ideas off of Matthew Spalding, who's talking about, like, separation of church and state is not real.
Well, separation of church and state, we're hearing that a lot, particularly with the cross that's memorializing the World War II soldiers that have fallen. We hear separation of church and state. This is the issue. And like you said, can I introduce you to the U.S. Constitution? Apparently, a lot of people haven't read that. But I would like one of you to kind of give the historical perspective. There seems to be a lot of misunderstanding, particularly from our friends on the left, particularly people my age, that think Separation of church and state means you can't talk about your faith in a public place.
Massive confusion about this, but first let me point out, I know what you mean when you say the historical perspective, but it's not the historical perspective. It's the correct perspective.
Right.
But anyway, you would think that Allie would like speaking at CPAC and that would be her passion, but actually she changed her mind in a very radical way.
In 2019, Michelle Malkin spoke. And she said something about, I didn't hear the speech, something about the spirit of John McCain. And, you know, Senator John McCain had recently died. And so a lot of people didn't like this. Like, she was speaking poorly, negatively about John McCain and how John McCain basically, she was saying, wasn't like a good contribution to the Republican Party. This was then publicized on Twitter, and every year things that are said at CPAC go viral, and liberal journalists and even conservatives criticize it. And Meghan McCain, understandably, was offended by this. And, you know, she was talking about it. I didn't know Meghan at all. And I think I might have seen her tweets, but I saw a lot of people talking about CPAC and some of the what they thought were problematic things that were said. Understandable. People, like, you have a right to criticize things that are said. I certainly would have been offended if someone said that about my dad, and I didn't have any problem with, you know, what Meghan was saying. So I created a different tweet. And it had nothing to do actually with what Meghan was saying. To me, it was all, there was just like a cacophony of criticism about CPAC. And remember, this is the year that I was helping plan, that I was like I was on a panel about religious liberty and all of that. And I made a tweet, and I tweeted out a clip from the panel that I was on about religious liberty. And I said, you know, I actually said, I wish I had it in front of me, but I don't. It's on there. It's on there, though, so you can fact check me. I said, you know, I know that a lot of people have problems with some things that were said. I don't care what anyone says. I was proud of the panel that I was a part of, and I posted that clip. Well, Meghan McCain, who, just to spoiler alert, we're friends now. We reconciled very quickly, and it was all good. She's great. She took what I said as a response to what she was saying about Michelle Malkin criticizing her dad. And she kind of went after me and was like, hey, basically, how dare you say this? Of course, I have a problem with what's being said at CPAC. This is a terrible thing to say about my dad. And I, again, was not responding to her. So I started replying to her tweets and was like, I am not talking about that. I'm not talking about your tweets. I'm not talking about what Michelle Malkin said. I'm saying there's a lot of criticism out there about CPAC. And I said to her, I totally understand why you're offended. You know, basically that's valid. I'm just saying that I was proud of what I was a part of. And then we went back and forth on DM. She was like, sorry, I jumped to that conclusion. I was like, totally fine. I get it. And again, we're friends. It's all good. And so that's a happy ending to that story. And I thought that I did a good job of like defending the parts of CPAC that I was a part of without endorsing everything that was said, because I never endorse everything that's said at any conference that I'm a part of, especially a political conference. There's always going to be things that people say that I disagree with, and maybe people that present that I disagree with. And so, it's never my responsibility to defend every single person. I don't think it should be. So that was the exchange. Thought really nothing of it. Really, the thing that made me nervous about that was thinking that Meghan McCain thought that I was like trying to attack her in any way, and I was really glad that we reconciled. So after she and I reconciled and it was all good, like, I really didn't think anything of it. So that was the exchange that happened. Dan Schneider told me in 2020, when he, again, very kindly, I think, took the time to call me and tell me that the reason why I wasn't invited in 2020 is because in that tweet exchange with Meghan McCain, he said that their team at CPAC didn't think that I did enough to defend CPAC, that I shouldn't have, I guess, given any caveats about, you know, some people being offended or Meghan being justified for having, you know, her for being offended by what was said, that I didn't do a good enough job of going to bat for CPAC in that exchange, which I actually, like, I was speechless.
Yeah, she doesn't go to CPAC anymore because she got into a fight with Meghan McCain on Twitter, and CPAC got mad that she wasn't like defending CPAC enough.
What is the tea? The girls are fighting. No!
So I guess that's the line. Like, if you don't unapologetically, no matter what, without any caveats or any conditions, go to bat for CPAC, this organization that, again, I am not officially affiliated with, have never been in any way, then you're out. So he told me that that's why I wouldn't be invited again. I was so just shocked and embarrassed, not for myself, but honestly for CPAC. I mean, we're talking about grown men in the conservative movement who cut someone out who is, I mean, I'm as conservative as they come, who cut someone out because of a tweet exchange that they didn't think was like quite passionate enough in defense of every single CPAC speaker. I mean, maybe that wasn't the real reason. Maybe there's another reason that I'm not invited. Maybe they just didn't want to invite me. If that's the case, like, I can take that. That's fine. Honestly, as I already said, that would have been better than telling me that I didn't defend CPAC enough on Twitter. That was insane to me. And honestly, it made me very cynical. It showed me that even grown adults can be extremely petty, can be extremely sensitive, that really we almost never graduate from middle school or high school, or some people never graduate from middle school or high school.
Then she gets so mad and so worked up telling the story that she starts going after all conservatives.
But when there are organizations and when there are individuals who claim to represent conservatism and to be on the cutting edge of conservatism and the front lines of conservatism, and they aren't actually representing conservative values, or they're not doing that sufficiently or well, or with, in my opinion, integrity, then I would say that's a problem. And look, at the end of the day, I don't really care about conservatism or the conservative movement. Like I said, I adhere to conservative values, but at the end of the day, I don't care about it as a political movement, ultimately or primarily. I am a Christian, first and foremost and completely. And as I said, yes, that does inform my conservative views, absolutely, but I don't ultimately care about the GOP. I don't really care about the Republican Party. Yes, I do vote Republican, but if Republicanism and the so-called conservative movement is what I'm about to describe one day, which is basically a form of capitalism with kind of a progressive twist, then I don't want any part of that. I really don't care. If that's what the conservative movement is, if that's the future of the GOP, then I will watch it crash and burn, and I will feel totally apathetic about it.
And then, of course, everything is about Allie's obsession with other people's genitals. So she starts going in on trans people. Matt Schlapp, the American Conservative Union chairman, tweeted kind words about transgender swimmer Leah Thomas and saying like, oh, I want to hear her point of view someday. And then she absolutely loses it.
Now, for the head of a conservative organization who is supposed to be at the helm of the conservative movement, calling a man her, and then saying it'd be interesting to hear his perspective in 30 years. I'm just not sure why Matt Schlapp felt the need to add this perspective at all. Again, I agree. We should treat everyone with a level of compassion and decency and respect. Absolutely. People are made in the image of God. That includes people who think that they are the opposite sex, even though they are not. That is true.
Is the compassion in the room with us right now, Allie?
Our job right now is to pull the Overton window way back over. We've gotten to this crazy realm where if you identify as something, that means you are that thing. And as we can see, so-called trans rights are at odds with women's rights. And so, like, where do you stand in that? Like, what is the battle that you are fighting? I think that you cede too much ground when you call a man her. And that's the predominant perspective that you represent as a conservative. I don't see how that is helping the conversation at all.
Oh, you're mad, huh?
And look, I'm not saying that I'm special, that I am entitled to be invited to anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the reason that I was given for not being invited from a conservative organization that then turns around and invites people that are decidedly not conservative really in any way, I mean, that's just troubling to me.
I mean, we already know that she's about as far right as you can go, and she is a proud Christian nationalist. So it really puts into perspective this next clip I'm about to show you, where Allie straight up says that Christians should be able to control the country.
So what is the role of government in all of this? So you're preaching, obviously, a pretty heavy theology that assumes certain moral boundaries. What is the role of government in imposing those moral boundaries?
I think that Protestants have typically said we want the role of the government to be small and to basically to leave us alone. We don't believe, obviously, in a theocracy, but we do believe that America, of course, was built on Christian values, on the idea of the value of the individual, of the radical equality of the individual, the values of the Protestant Reformation that we saw, free inquiry, being able to study God's word for yourself, which of course a lot of people say created a lot of division, but freedom always does. And so America is based on those values, and we believe that those principles are good for everyone, not just Christians, but for people of every faith. So basically, that's what we want. We want people to be free. And we do believe, of course, that people are better bridled by religion and by morality.
Earlier this year, Allie spoke at the Heritage Foundation 50-year anniversary leadership summit thing. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. You might recognize the Heritage Foundation from their hit album, Project 2025. And she spoke on the same thing she speaks about all the time, religious freedom and making America great again.
We don't live in the past, and we're not going to the past. We're here today. We don't get to go back to whatever we believe was the better time in American history. We are not in simpler or saner times. We live in these crazy, chaotic times, and we have no choice but to come to terms with that. We have no choice but to face the fact that God has placed us in the here and the now, on the tiny speck of eternity on which he has placed us, both purposely and providentially. That because God does nothing accidentally or arbitrarily, we were placed when and where we were with a purpose. Nothing takes him by surprise. So I have to trust that the battle that we are facing today for sanity, for goodness, for stability, for fundamental truth, for freedom, for family, is the exact battle that we were made to face and are actually equipped to face.
Actually, earlier this year, Allie held a women's conference called Share Your Arrows, or Share the Arrows.
Like, the America of my childhood was patriotic, hardworking, and family-focused. Yes, we had our challenges, but nothing like what we face today. There was no confusion over whether boys can become girls. Threats to security everywhere we look. War, lawlessness, depraved indoctrination, bloodthirst, division. There's only 4. We have no choice but to face the challenges of our day head on, and we can, because we serve a God who placed us here right now on purpose.
Sharing the arrows our opponents aim at us. Together.
Then earlier this month, Allie released a new book, Toxic Empathy, which is the same plot as You Are Not Enough. It's all about how being empathetic and compassionate and caring about people is actually a bad thing.
And love, as we read in 1 Corinthians 13:6, never rejoices in wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. So God is love, 1 John 4:8. That means he alone gets to say what it is. And one of the qualifications of love, according to the God who is love, is that it is inextricably intertwined with the truth. So we can empathize with someone, the poor, the downtrodden, the orphan, but empathy becomes toxic. Empathy for anyone becomes toxic when it leads us to agreeing with sin, when it leads us to affirming a lie, when it leads us to make decisions that are ultimately harmful.
Video diary, day 10, 11. Either way, it's been at least a week. A week straight of Allie Beth. I need to tell you that I'm going actually insane. Because last night I dreamed about Allie Beth research. Not Allie Beth. Me and her weren't, on the stage at a Backstreet Boys concert or anything. No. I dreamt about Allie Beth research. I dreamt about Google Docs. Okay, so this morning I woke up and I was like, you know what? That didn't count. It's like when you dream about work. You ever had a dream where you just worked a whole shift at Grumble? No. Some of you have. It's not fair. It's like dreaming didn't count. I didn't get to do anything fun. So anyway, woke up, told James, I need to do something fun. I need to take a break before I start again because no, I am not done. I got through about half of the videos last night at reorganizing them. Even God rested on the 7th day, right? So James and I went to an antique mall. And I don't know if you know this about me. I look like the type of person that collects cat art. And I do. And I found this. And it was like, drop everything, cut the cameras, dead ass. I'm getting this. It's amazing. Hi, my sheep. Hey, baby. Look at this. It's cats playing poker. And I have a black cats playing Ouija painting already. So to see this, and they kind of all look like my cat Sekhmet. But like there's look at this. There's like a cat pinup calendar. And they're all so cute. Like, okay, so it turns out this guy's name is Arthur Kaplan, and he paints a lot of these animals doing casino activities. He also painted like some clowns, which now I'm going to be on the hunt for. Hi everybody, this is the last time you're going to see me. I apologize for the length of this video, although I assume some of you are going to be watching it over a few days, which is a valid way to watch it. But I am now going to give the floor to James because he has some more like specific opinions and things to say about the politics of Allie Beth. And we're going to start his section out with a little bit of information about Allie's dad, Ron Simmons, and what kind of a person he is.
Hello everybody, King James here one more time. Jen wanted me to jump in and talk to you all a little bit about Ron Simmons, Allie Beth's dad, specifically because his career is kind of built on local politics, and that's a little bit more my interest than hers. Okay, so basically Ron Simmons spent 6 years, or 3 terms, as a Republican in the Texas State House of Representatives. While there, he basically did nothing other than be conservative and vote for stuff accordingly.
41 freshman lawmakers in the Texas House this session, and they're coming in with a fresh perspective, the ability or willingness, rather, to work across the aisle, signifying that each Thursday by wearing purple, the blues and reds coming together. The man credited with starting that trend, Representative Ron Simmons, Republican out of Carrollton. Why take this on?
Well, good morning, Alana. How are you today?
Good morning.
It's good. Well, you know, our class is one of the largest ever, and there's been a lot of talk about our class and what have you. And so we actually spent quite a bit of time together in the orientation and getting to know each other prior to the swearing in. And one of the things that we quickly felt was there was a camaraderie, not just among Republicans separately and Democrats separately, but among everyone. And we know that government works better when all parties work together. And so that's the goal. It's just a symbol of friendship and camaraderie so that we can work to try to agree on the things that are important for the state of Texas.
The only bill he actually advanced all the way into law was a ban on straight ticket voting, which just requires you to actually bubble every person in instead of just one bubble at the top that says, all the Democrats, please. Now, removing the straight ticket option from the ballot could be considered kind of crappy to folks who rely on it or just prefer to use that for one reason or another, thus continuing the GOP's long tradition of pointless voter disenfranchisement. But overall, it generally seems to kind of be one of those things that no one has a real opinion on. So I feel like Ron was just kind of trying to prove that he was working in order to make sure they didn't take away his parking privileges. And yet, like a lot of these former low-level legislators, particularly the hardline conservatives, Ron is clearly going to build a career out of this minor achievement, and for the rest of his life talk from a place of unearned political expertise for money. Allie even introduces him as a former state legislator, a position he has not held since 2019, I might add, because he literally seems to have no other accomplishments of note.
But I am interviewing none other than my dad. We are going to talk Texas politics. He has been very involved in Texas politics for a long time. He used to be a state representative in Texas, and we're going to talk about some of the drama that's happening with Texas state Democrats.
Oh, also he lost in 2019 to a Relatable woman. Jen put that down. She wanted me to highlight that, but I want to go even further and highlight that he lost to a blue-haired Democratic woman and what seems to be a political go-getter in Michelle Beckley. So great work taking him down, Michelle. Likewise, Jen also wrote down in her notes that he is a reporter for the Dallas Morning News, to which I say, au contraire, mon frère. This man is not a reporter. He is a contributing columnist. This is the kind of do-nothing, old man yells at cloud gig one gets after a middling career in state-level politics. Just like the one Ron Simmons is mildly famous for. And in my opinion, that just probably means there weren't any oil companies or crypto scams that thought he was valuable enough to bring on as a lobbyist. Now, generally speaking, reporters have to follow things like a code of ethics. They have to cite and track and verify their sources. They have several people looking over anything they might want to publish at any given time. Contributing columnists, however, are often just given carte blanche to put out whatever swill they want with barely more than a spell check from the editor. I mean, of course, they are edited and go through some checks, but otherwise, these folks are just allowed to straight up yap in the newspaper. But really, the reason Jen brought me on to talk about Ron very specifically is this: his unnecessary, regressive, actively harmful beliefs surrounding homelessness, and more specifically, the Housing First initiative being piloted by the Biden administration's Department of Housing and Urban Development. And for reference, Housing First references the concept that providing housing directly to individuals that don't have it, without worry about cost or requirements, well, it tends to be the most effective way we've found to keep people out of homelessness long term. Likewise, I will highlight that I myself was a working mental health field caseworker at the time when Housing First was just kind of being whispered as a new concept. And even back then, it was something I was just desperately hoping to see implemented in the field. So yeah, I'll admit to being a bit of a fanboy for the Housing First program and policy. But I come by that naturally, in my opinion, because I worked with many, many folks who I know in my heart would have radically benefited from a program like this. And apparently, standing on the other side of that debate is Ron Simmons, and I can only presume his daughter Allie, arguing that no, we do actually need to use housing subsidies like a carrot on a string, and furthermore that we need to be ready to evict people for things like relapsing on substances or not getting a job within our rigid predetermined time frame.
In 2013, the federal government rolled out a one-size-fits-all approach to homelessness, Housing First, promising it would end homelessness in a decade. Officials opined that by wholly defunding services such as mental health and substance abuse counseling, and instead funneling all aid into housing subsidies, mostly lifelong housing subsidies without conditions such as sobriety or work ever, homelessness in America would breathe its last breath. However, despite a 47% increase in permanent housing units, a 200% increase in government spending, and a 31.4% drop in homelessness over the 7 years prior, America's unsheltered homeless population rose by 20.5%. Did the Biden administration abandon the experiment? No, it remains painstakingly wedded to Housing First.
Deeply, from the bottom of my soul, few things I have ever read in my life boiled my blood quite the way that this stupid opinion piece did. It is one of the most brain-dead pieces of political opinion I have ever seen put on paper. Or that, hell, I've encountered at all in my entire 35 years of human existence. I cannot believe a grown adult sat down, wrote this, read it back to themselves, and then went, yes, this is a smart and admirable thing to publish. Long story short, though, Ron languishes about how under the Biden administration's Housing First policy, money has been diverted away from mental health and substance abuse programs and is instead being used to give people free housing. Ooh.
A human-first approach is the needed antidote. Human beings, especially those struggling with homelessness, are complex. Housing is but one piece of the multifaceted approach needed to support an individual to permanently emerge from homelessness. Other crucial pieces include services to address mental and physical trauma, substance abuse services, and personal accountability, including sobriety. Such services are actively discouraged under Housing First. As people began to heal from their illnesses, they need additional services such as employment training and life skills instruction to ensure that they can afford and maintain their own housing. But alas, programs that combine housing with such requirements are not eligible for federal funding, the largest source of homelessness funding, because requiring services is considered to be, quote, barrier creating under the Housing First approach. But who decided barriers are a bad thing? Imagine raising children without barriers. Imagine being operated on by a doctor who graduated from a no barriers medical school. Imagine a Mavericks game where the two teams played without barriers. Without barriers, no one prospers. The homeless are no exception.
He acts like he's made some super smart common sense point saying that we need accountability and boundaries when it comes to getting people out of homelessness, implying that without constant aggressive progress towards outside economic goals and the constant threat of eviction looming in the background of their lives, well, then people will obviously never bootstrap themselves out of their homelessness. Ron's like a crappy dad after a first therapy session, you know, when he hasn't gotten all the training wheels off of the weaponized buzzwords yet. Because seriously, what the hell do interpersonal concepts like accountability and boundaries have to do with housing policy?
There's this thing called concurrence, where God is sovereign over everything, but man still has free will and they shall be punished. So I'll insert that clip.
So we believe that God is absolutely sovereign over everything. There is no point whatsoever where he sits back and he just lets things happen or says, oh, whoops, like I didn't see that coming. We believe in the absolute sovereignty of God over everything. And yet the Bible is very clear that people have personal responsibility.
Well, I guess at least now we know where Allie gets it, so that's something. But seriously, let me just go on to some of my factual complaints about all this. The Housing First initiative moved money away from pre-existing mental health and substance use treatment programs, primarily because of conservatives like Ron and Allie, who constantly target and tighten existing social service funding whenever their budget needs cutting, while also fiercely opposing any new tax measures or diversion of funds to these programs from other outside sources. So they don't want to give them enough of the money that the government already collects, and they don't want to allow these programs to explore new ways to get money. But honestly, they should just be doing a great job without any resources at all because, well, Ron Simmons doesn't understand social services and he doesn't know why he'd need to think about those things. Because the thing is, Ron, if you really cared about mental health or substance abuse or any of it, you wouldn't be sitting here complaining about how the money was allocated. You would be trying to get more money to all of those programs, and you wouldn't be so scared to tax all those wealthy Texas oil men to do it. Likewise, as a former mental health caseworker, it irritates the hell out of me when Ron talks about lifelong subsidies without work or sobriety ever, because that is literally just false. When Ron says lifelong there, what he means is flexible. Individuals in these kinds of programs aren't given some Wonka-ass golden ticket with the words free housing for life written on it the way that Ron and Allie seem to think they do. But in an ideal world and with proper funding, folks are given fully subsidized housing without an immediate defined time frame for when they need to become responsible for rent. Instead, their rent is covered while they check in with a housing caseworker over time, develop goals towards the pursuit of independence, and then accomplish said goals at their own pace. It's not forever, it's just until it's no longer needed. And for most folks, that is a boon to the recovery process. Likewise, without sobriety or work is also just incorrect. Instead, Ron means that Housing First just doesn't approach these concepts with the same draconian cruelty that he and his daughter do. Ron and Allie want to kick people out of their housing for relapsing on drugs. Housing First advocates want to support people in recovering from relapse and recognize that, well, the constant threat of becoming homeless again, being stuck right in the middle of that process, well, it kind of makes everything a lot harder. Likewise, Ron and Allie clearly see all of this as a kind of terrible social leeching behavior that should barely be allowed to exist at all. And as such, they want these programs to prioritize gainful employment above all else, towards only the goal of participants paying their rent as fast as possible. And they're more than happy to use the threat of eviction as a means to achieve that end. Housing First advocates recognize that folks coming out of homelessness all have special needs, skills, and preferences that have to be accounted for in the job search process, and which can naturally delay or expedite the search for gainful employment depending on the person, and that the threat of eviction isn't so much motivating for these folks as it is deeply traumatic and thusly destabilizing. But more broadly, let's look at why this money was diverted into these Housing First Initiative programs? And well, it's because recent social science research has indicated that when homeless folks are provided unconditional, community-subsidized housing, their lives tend to improve quickly, holistically, and dramatically.
Across the country, a Housing First approach has enabled tens of thousands of people to get off the street, into homes, and back on their feet.
So what is Housing First?
Housing First just says that people who become homeless need to get back into a home as quickly as possible.
Without a lot of preconditions, because services like drug treatment, healthcare, and job training all work better if a person has a stable place to call home.
That's right. Housing First can and usually does include services, but people aren't forced to participate in them, and they won't be forced back into homelessness if they aren't ready for them.
The Service First approach was used for decades, but the number of homeless people kept going up. It works for some people, but Housing First works for a lot more people.
People in Housing First can choose to receive treatment at any time, before they enter housing or after they get a home.
What's important is that if they relapse or can't get treatment, they will still have housing.
Housing First is person first. Everyone in Housing First doesn't get the same thing because no one has the same needs as the next person, except for the one obvious need, housing.
But for people like me who have provided those mental health and employment services in a professional capacity, that's common sense. When given the opportunity to change their lives for the better, to grow and pursue new heights, and to contribute positively to the world around them, people usually do so. And subsidized housing is one of the best strategies we found for achieving said result. But for people like Ron and Allie, these things fly in the face of their worldview. For them, people suffer because of bad choices and nothing more. And we can't provide the undeserving with handouts lest they become dependent on them. The only way to know that a person has really changed, that they deserve housing, is for them to bootstrap the entire operation on their own. For people like Ron and Allie, that's common sense. But it turns out that if you actually give people a foundation upon which they can build their lives and plug into their community, that is exactly what they will do. Rather than just giving up and becoming dependent on social welfare, people instead tend to take advantage of voluntary community services, get off harmful substances, build skills, find employment, and then eventually become one of those productive members of society that Republicans are always blathering on about. The crisis of homelessness in the United States is not and has never been about lazy people who don't want better for themselves. It's about income inequality, market deregulation, systemic racism, failed American drug policy, and a decades-long pattern we have in this country of both stigmatizing and individualizing mental illness. And furthermore, and maybe most important, all of this pulls us away from the most important conversation we should be having, namely that housing should be a right. As a wealthy society with the resources to do so, we should be comfortable paying for housing when folks are capable of living independently in their community, even when they're maybe not capable of paying for their living space independently. For one reason or another, people should be able to live independently if they're able to do so, not just if they're able to pay to do so. Homelessness in America is a complex problem for sure, but we do know some things. And one thing that we do know is that for homeless Americans, stable, subsidized housing provided without hard deadlines or penalties, more often than not, leads to drug recovery, gainful employment, and community enrichment on a broad scale. Housing First works, damn it. Oh yeah, and screw you, Ron. Hello everybody, Editing James here, although don't worry, it's basically just regular James with a slightly crappier microphone. So basically this has become one of the more daunting, involved projects that Jen has ever undertaken in the history of the channel, and she needs an extra set of eyes, ears, and vocal cords to help finish things up. We also think this is something particularly important to talk about, namely Allie Beth Stuckey's approach to voting rights in the United States. Because not only do they clearly show how demented her worldview is, but also simply because of how loudly she says the quiet part in this example. Let's first take a look at Allie Beth's feelings towards the 19th Amendment, women voting, and more broadly to the idea of restricting access to the American vote, rather than trying to expand it as one would generally want to do in a functioning democracy.
So apparently this is kind of a controversial position for people on the right, but yes, I do think that women should be able to vote. I know I'm such a radical feminist for believing that. Now, I would be happy to narrow voting to, say, property owners. I think that that would probably be a good qualification for voting. Heck, I would be happy just having voter ID to be able to prove your citizenship. You should be a taxpayer. That seems like it should be important. I know that you're not supposed to be allowed to have civic tests in order to vote, but it would be great if everyone had to pass a basic civics exam before they voted. I do think that there should be qualifications for voting, more qualifications than we have now. And maybe it would have been good if we had stuck with the one vote per family model that it used to be, but that's just not the world we live in today. I don't even think it is helpful for anyone to be out there saying, let's revoke the 19th Amendment. It's not going to happen. All you are doing is ensuring that the women who can vote, who do vote, will not vote for the policies that you would like them to.
But Allie Beth saves her most aggressive anti-voting vitriol for one very particular population: immigrants.
Democrats have been pushing the allowance of illegal immigrants to vote for a very long time. These people who cast themselves as the sentinels of democracy and who say that they're fighting against voter suppression. Well, nothing is less democratic and more suppressive of the vote than allowing people who are not citizens of this country have representation through their vote. That is wicked. It causes disorder. It causes chaos. It means that you're not really a country because there are no privileges to being a citizenship. It means citizenship is really obsolete. If citizenship is obsolete, then you have no privileges, no really special rights as a citizen, which really means that we have no sovereignty. We're not even a legitimate country.
So yeah, let's just go ahead and punch a couple of holes in all that real quick. Now, obviously limiting the vote to individual families or property owners or men is just obviously a bad idea. It's sad that I even have to explain this, but this approach just rules out an ungodly number of sound-minded adults with a vested interest in the direction of this country, and who thus should have the right to contribute their voice to the direction it goes and the way it operates in a legitimate, respected, and uncontestable way. Broadly, it's just really messed up to try and take away anyone's voting rights on that principle alone. Allie Beth literally desires to see large groups of Americans silenced on a social level, to remove their autonomy as Americans, and to force them to live under the authority of a government which patently and concretely does not represent them. To which I say, screw you, go pick your tea out of the freaking harbor, you redcoat! Obviously, women in general have a vested interest in our society, and as such should have their own individual votes. Same for apartment dwellers and single people. Yet in Allie's utopia, all of those people would lose their voting rights. You may recall, we've tried this approach before. Specifically in the late 1700s, when slavery was legal and when women had no legal rights outside of their husbands. So we already know damn well how little a small elite group of voters will end up caring for anyone who isn't like themselves. Oh, and screw all poll requirements like civics tests, proof of tax payment, and even the more innocuous ones that they usually get away with now, like voter ID laws and felony disenfranchisement. Screw those too. All of those kinds of voter limitation policies are just backdoor avenues for people with Allie Beth's beliefs to impose their weird authoritarian views on the American voting process. Voter ID laws in particular are oftentimes presented like they're obvious and common sense and should be a non-issue. But we have concrete evidence to show that these laws disenfranchise certain groups, most notably poor, black, and elderly Americans, at a rate much higher than they do Americans outside of those groups. There is absolutely no way to separate these kinds of disenfranchisement policies from their sordid history of racism, sexism, and truly every kind of systemic oppression that has ever plagued the United States, and as such, they simply cannot be tolerated. We've tried this approach too, and we also know how it ends.
Our poll tax certificate from 1960. This is when we had to pay poll tax. You had to choose between feeding your family or voting. You only made $2 a week because you didn't have jobs that we have today. Okay. So a lot of us didn't vote because that was voter suppression. We decided to feed our family. What do? Vote or feed your family.
And what year was this, ma'am?
1960.
And this is yours?
This is my original.
Wow,
I have the original.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, and Allie, all your complaints about the immigrants perverting the American democratic process with all of their non-citizen votes, well, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but all of the bad stuff that you're worried the immigrants will do if given the right to vote, well, it already all happened back in 2010 with the Citizens United ruling. Because as it stands, Allie, a wealthy foreigner has far more room to enact their will on the American democratic process now than the average voter does. Honestly, probably more influence than you, Allie. Sure, they may not be able to vote, but the corporations they own can pump millions, billions of dollars in dark, untraceable PAC money straight into our democracy. And people like you call it freedom of speech. Hell, what does that say about American sovereignty? And sadly, because of people like you, this is something we're still trying to this day. So yeah, expand the vote as far and as wide as you possibly can, and never stop trying to expand it even farther. Jen wanted to bring me in on the Allie Beth Trump interview since I'm the politics one, and I was happy to do this one. I do want to say that she also noted to me that Allie Beth also interviewed Ted Cruz. I'm not watching that. I don't think anyone should, and for my own mental health, you will never see me cover that ever. But I am going to talk to you about the Trump interview because it was pretty hilarious. First of all, it's an hour-long video, but the Trump interview itself is about 20 minutes. It's a phone interview right at the beginning.
Hi, Allie Beth. How are you?
Hi, Mr. President. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. You are doing well. I watch you a lot, and you do a great job.
Well,
We're
thank
lucky.
you.
At least we
thank
have some.
You.
At
yes.
least we have some, right?
Well,
there
thank
aren't too
you.
many.
Thank you so much.
I'm not kidding when I say that when I watched this interview, I saw 3 separate attempts that Allie Beth Stuckey made to try and give Donald Trump some super friendly, super easy softball questions, only for him to be completely inept and unable to handle them whatsoever. It is hilarious to see her try and act like a propagandist directly with Trump sitting there talking. It is so much harder with him there. And I want to point out that these examples I have for you all came from the first 10 minutes of the 20-minute interview segment. So please, bear that in mind. In this first clip, for example, we see Allie Beth try to give Trump a chance to soften his image with suburban women, a demographic he has struggled with but would need to carry in order to win. Trump spends the entire time rambling, speaking for 2 straight minutes, and only mentioning suburban women in the last 10 seconds.
Do you have any regrets, or would you change anything about your rhetoric, about your tweets that may have turned off some suburban women from voting for you?
So the main thing, it's very interesting. I was under siege. The country was under siege. We were both under siege. Everybody was when I first came in.
First of all, they started with phony investigations. The Russia was a phony investigation. The Mueller witch hunt turned out to be no collusion whatsoever. I got impeached twice for no reason whatsoever. I got impeached for a phone call congratulating somebody for being elected president to his country, Ukraine. And so many different things. So we were under siege, and yet I think nobody's done more as a president. I rebuilt the military. I got the largest tax cut in history, largest regulation cuts in history, created Space Force. You know, I mean, we did so much.
And I guess I could have taken an edge off, but when you have that much work to do, you don't have that much time for the niceties. But I think they do appreciate the niceties. And I'll tell you one thing I did for suburban, I call it the suburban moms. I stopped low-income housing from being built right next to their house.
Furthermore, we also see Allie Beth try to give Trump a chance to explain why his whole Russia investigation and supposed quote-unquote political persecution should matter to the average American voter, or how something like that investigation might affect their daily lives. Trump then complains about how much he personally is being persecuted, how special his specific circumstances are, and literally says, "This could only happen to me."
A lot of people, believe it or not, a lot of people listening to this might not have followed all of the details over the past few years because it just seems for a lot of people too far off. They feel like it doesn't affect their everyday life. But can you explain why the average American should care about this story and everything that we have found out even over the past few weeks about how much of a farce all of this was?
Well, first of all, it's totally dishonest. The lying, the cheating, the FISA, all of the things that took place in the FISA court, all of the things that happened it was a con job. It was a con job. It was a concocted, sick scheme that blew up in their faces ultimately. Hillary lost, but it never ends. So her lawyers head up investigations. Her lawyers are heading up investigations. This can only happen to me. This can only happen to me. This can't happen to anybody else. But actually, I guess it can, because a lot of people were hurt. A lot of people were destroyed over a hoax that was started by Hillary and by the Democrat Party. It's really sick.
And perhaps most tragically, we see Allie Beth literally just give Trump a chance to try and talk about his family. She even gives him a nice lead-in, says she admires his family relationships. Trump then goes on to only reference Barron by name, speak about his entire family in vague, general terms, the obvious kind of terms when you don't know people very well, before then highlighting how much he worries about how they might be put in jail in the Russia investigation and how much all of this is affecting them, but how much they've supported him during the investigation as well. And then he just goes back to complaining about said investigations without any thought to his family whatsoever.
But how have you been able to kind of cultivate and maintain what seem like such healthy, strong relationships with all the people in your family?
Well, I really appreciate the question. I mean, it's such a nice question and it's such an important question. Relationships and family have so much to do with success and with happiness and everything else. And that's why one of the things that most bothers me, they go after my children all the time. My children are good children. They'll always be my children. They're adults now, but with the exception of Barron, who's doing very well. But they're my children. Right. And when they go after your children, you take that differently. You take it so personally. It's just an amazing thing. But the relationship has been so strong, and that really helps you. When you're going through a time like, I don't think any other president's ever gone through anything like this, where it was hoaxes and they impeached me twice for no reason. They just happened to have the votes. Because one thing with the Democrats, they stick together. They've got horrible policy, but they stick together.
That's true.
Whether it's good or bad, defund the police, no voter ID. Their policies are so bad.
So yeah, we found the limits of even the best propagandist's ability, which is getting Donald Trump to cooperate. Jen asked me to come in to provide a little bit of special analysis on Allie Beth Stuckey's approach to Project 2025, considering I just did my own video about Project 2025. I still kind of have it on the brain and kind of probably know more about it than most folks, I would say at least. And specifically, Allie Beth covers it on episode 1032 of her show. And I've got to say, having done my own in-depth analysis on Project 2025, it's kind of surreal watching Allie Beth's video. Because the thing is, Allie and her team shout out to her specially named Project 2025 intern Jessica. Well, they've done a really good job and seem to have done their research and know their facts about it.
And today we will have someone helping me with all of this, and that is our new associate producer, and her name is Jessica. So I just wanted to introduce Jessica.
Likewise, it's clear that Allie Beth is in the significant minority of Americans, hell, the significant minority of conservatives at this point, who actually agree with Project 2025 and would like to see its policy plans implemented. So I know she's going to go into this video trying to protect Trump and the Trump candidacy, and in some regards, that's going to require her to minimize Project 2025 in a certain capacity at least. But it's also easy to see why she kind of slaps a thick coat of apologetics on the whole thing, too. See, because Allie Beth is the type that knows in order to craft the most effective rebuttal she can to all the concerns people have about Project 2025, she's going to have to know what's in there.
And this is where I am going to lean on Jessica for a second. So personnel, filling an administration is a really important step for every administration, but it is a particular struggle for a lot of conservative administrations to get the right people in the right positions that are going to be politically aligned, that are going to be loyal, simply because the government right now, especially just the bureaucratic federal government, is filled with a lot of lefties and a lot of lifelong bureaucrats who are not conservative. And so it's just really hard, I think, for a president to fill the key positions with the people that are really going to be loyal to his agenda. And Project 2025 is trying to help the conservative president do that. Is that right?
Yes, they see it as more like a conservative LinkedIn platform where they can immediately go and say, do you believe in these things? Upload your resume so that on day one, I mean, even before the moment he wins the election, we can staff these 4,000 jobs that sadly Trump just couldn't do.
Now, as someone who myself has read through significant portions of Project 2025, specifically Pillar 1, the big book you see, the 900-page book being drawn out everywhere in the media right now, and I have to say that at least as far as I could tell, the factual information, the actual stuff that's in the document, well, she's relatively correct about it. Everything she's saying is technically true. The dark magic comes in the things she chooses to emphasize and de-emphasize, and thus how she shapes her audience's opinions about both Project 2025, but also Trump's connection to Project 2025 separately. Basically, Allie's smart enough to know that even though she likes this thing, it's very unpopular with everyone else, so she has to kind of act like she doesn't like it or understand it, while also very subtly trying to advance its position or make it look better in any way she possibly can. In this clip, we can see how in Allie Beth's world, Project 2025 mastermind Kevin Roberts is a breath of positive, conservative new life into the Heritage Foundation, and his righteous organization is being attacked by liberals, and for what? Little more than a bold and forward-thinking plan to provide an incoming Republican president with a concrete action strategy.
Now, I first heard about Project 2025, I think a couple years ago. Maybe it was more recent than that. Maybe it was about a year ago. And how I heard it was a set of policy proposals put forth, or an agenda that was written, compiled by the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank. It is now run by Kevin Roberts. He used to be the head of Texas Public Policy Institute, and he is very conservative, has taken the Heritage Foundation in what I think is a very positive and more conservative direction, and that he basically helped compile this agenda for the next Republican president. And at the time, of course, they didn't know that Donald Trump was going to be the nominee when they were bringing this together. And it was really talked about on the right as this very positive thing, just a group of conservative thinkers coming together to kind of list some Republican conservative priorities. It's only been over the last few months, and in particular the last couple of weeks, that I've seen it talked about so feverishly and so much, everyone freaking out about it. And my first thought was, wait, is this the same thing? Is this the same thing that I heard about a year ago or 2 years ago that really wasn't seen as a threat at all?
Now, just take a look there at what she actually focuses on. Not only is Allie Beth actively and effectively soothing any of the fears her particular audience probably would have about Project 2025, but she's also subtly supporting the plan and the people who developed it at the same time. All at once, she can downplay Trump's ties to Project 2025 while also uplifting fellow hyper-conservative Kevin Roberts, and then also more broadly supporting just the Heritage Foundation and its goals at large. And in turn, Allie also effectively sidesteps a lot of the concerns that people might actually need to be focusing on, and things that I even covered in my own video. Like how Project 2025 seeks to ban mifepristone birth control, which it does.
Democrats' War Room says Trump's Project 2025 agenda would hurt Black Americans. Rolling Stone, inside the MAGA plan to attack birth control, surveil women, and ban the abortion pill. Democrat nonprofit Democracy Forward published The People's Guide to Project 2025, which claims to highlight the most profound threats to the American people. Their guide calls Project 2025 a radical playbook. On Joe Biden's Instagram page, Trump says he might ban abortion medication nationwide if he wins. And we're going to get into the fact checks about this, but I can just say right now that that's not true. That Trump has not said any of those things. That is just a literal lie.
How it seeks to ban books and words from the American public school system, which it does.
She says it calls for national book bans in schools, but also creates a list of banned words. Banned words, it says. Diversity, gender, reproductive health, abortion. You're not going to be able to say the word abortion if Project 2025 gets implemented.
And how recent Republican history all but guarantees that Trump will use a lot of this plan if he is elected president, which it does.
So I just want to set it up with that kind of sane and rational perspective that even if you were to read through Project 2025 and it said all of these seemingly extreme radical things, which as we will get into, it really doesn't, it wouldn't matter because this is not law. And this is not something that any president has to adopt. This is not even something that Trump has indicated that he is going to adopt.
Instead, though, these kind of concerns are treated with ridicule and quickly passed over as nothing more than liberal fear-mongering. And that's because Allie Beth knows that these are the types of things that her audience absolutely should be worried about, and which is why she would naturally want her audience to focus their attention anywhere but there, and maybe on, like, say, how cool and awesome and conservative Kevin Roberts is. And so once again, while it is obvious that Allie Beth just has the worst opinions about things she can possibly have, I am also just forced to admit that I hate how good she is at her job, because few people on this planet can support such terrible ideas as Project 2025 quite as convincingly as Allie Beth Stuckey.
In conclusion, I have noticed that Allie has a tendency to speak on behalf of real Christians, real conservatives. Like, she already kind of has a tendency to group people into us versus them, and I find that very interesting because that also informs her worldview. Once you start grouping people like that, it becomes really hard to see them as human and to respect them and to give them dignity. Allie seamlessly blurs the lines between politics and religion, saying that she is Christian first and conservative second. In other words, she's willing to dissociate from the party when it does not reflect well on her or her religion. But it's just really unfair that you can't even start an argument with her, let alone win one when she has God on her side. How are you going to go against God? And in a grand bit of irony, Allie isn't really speaking for God at all. As vehemently as she would claim the contrary, as much as she built her entire career around speaking biblical truth at all times and in all circumstances, even when not popular or hell, even when not necessarily a good idea. All she does is regurgitate her own very worldly interpretations of 2,000-year-old scripture, understood through the lens of whichever religious studies professor she's not beefing with that week, and then forcibly applies these rules to very modern, complicated situations and concerns. That's not biblical truth. It's just judgmental noise with some verses tossed in. It would sort of be comical if it weren't for the fact that she's really, really good at it. She acts like she doesn't care that she is actively hurting her loved ones, friends, followers, anyone who hears her message, really, with this kind of biblical love and harsh truths in place of genuine kindness and empathy. Maybe it does bother her. We'll never know. We really can't know her heart, as she says, but I hope that she softens soon because this version of Allie is just really painful to watch. And for an audience primarily composed of white conservative Christian millennial women who likely have their competence underestimated on a daily basis by domineering men that they're supposed to submit to, I can't imagine how good that feels. Allie communicates very well. She soothes the fears of conservative women, and she is somewhat knowledgeable about pop culture. She likes the same stuff that her audience likes: cute clothes, cats, Chick-fil-A. She can be very relatable and downright likable at times. And that's the biggest problem. People listen to her. They follow her advice. She tells them to cut off family members, or at the very least, act superficially indignant to their lives.
My child is gay, someone says. Do I go to his wedding? Of course, if you're a Christian, I'm going to say you should not, because you would be celebrating what God calls sin. And I totally, completely understand the desire to celebrate and to love and to affirm your child, and the possibility of severing a relationship with your child. Severing a relationship, should they somehow try to create a child that they raise themselves, severing that potential relationship. Like, that is really, really difficult. That is a tough decision to make. I think a lot of people will tell you, just do it. You're not celebrating the sin. You're celebrating that person. You're making them feel loved, but you can't separate that.
Legislation is being advanced, or at least promoted, because of her. Somebody named their child after her. I just want to get to know Allie. I want to understand her. We have so many similarities in demographics, at least. We're about the same age. We cover the same topics. How did she get to where she is, and how did I get to where I was? I was so curious. You know, I didn't grow up in this realm. I wasn't taught any religion. I came to know Christianity through my peers at school and through, just my environment. And once I started digging deeper, I found out all these super niche communities, this culture I had never seen before, good and bad people. I've seen the good and best of humanity, really, in my study of Christianity. I guess I should say my study of Christians, actually. After doing so much research and getting to know Allie, I can say that she's complicated. I just wish that she would give the rest of us that grace and compassion. Instead, everything is judgment and shame. From what I can see, Allie's philosophy of life is all about us versus them. And obviously that might be the Calvinism. After all, she's predestined to be saved, and she's a part of a divinely chosen group that Christ specifically died for. So that mentality might come from that. It also might be the Republicanism. It might just be who she is as a person. I don't know. But after seeing her crash out on the CPAC episode and seeing her constantly pick fights with theologians she claims to respect, it kind of implies like nobody's godly enough for her. She's so far right that these people have to catch up. How are you going to turn your back on the Republican Party? That's wild to me. That is probably the most interesting thing that I learned from watching all these videos, is seeing that exchange. Like, I didn't know.
I think it was Ronald Reagan who said the 11th commandment was that you never spoke ill of another Republican.
But I also feel bad for her, because it's got to suck being constantly triggered by the left, having to protect your children from gender groomers at school, daily boycotts, just the stress and the mental toll of having to compartmentalize your religious beliefs and fake your way through surface level relationships because your friend lives a different lifestyle than you. You have to pretend, or you can never engage fully. You can't congratulate them on stuff because you don't support their lifestyle, but you're going to still pretend to be their friend. Somebody like her would never be able to express their doubts about their religion to somebody at their church because they're either going to get told on, or they're going to be shamed by their friend. What kind of a life is that? You can never actually truly be yourself. It's the same thing when Allie shames and judges people on her show. If somebody who is involved in that happens to watch it, they're going to have their feelings hurt, and they're going to think that Allie doesn't like them and that something that's going on with them is wrong and shameful. And it's just like, why would you want to foster that kind of community? And for real, anybody can weaponize therapeutic language. I mean, look at Cody Brown. But it takes a special type of person to write and profit off 2 entire books with nothing more than just a little misplaced social work lingo and a self-hatred so deep it makes the Mariana Trench jealous. Think about the slogan of this channel: fundamentalist Christianity, pop culture, conservative politics, and gay stuff. That's Allie's show. She's just the Calvinist right-wing influencer version of my channel. Actually, I rebuke that. I take that back. I sure have learned a lot during this hellish 10-day Allie Beth Stuckey marathon. I learned that some people hate themselves so much that they can't stand the thought of others loving themselves. I learned that people are willing to deny their own truth and happiness for something that is unprovable. And I learned that it is much easier to group people into an us versus them mentality than to actually get to know your fellow man. Learn that from Allie Beth. And it's really hard to fight a battle, to fight a culture war against a group of people that you really can't define. Like, to her, the left is just this nebulous group of blue-haired gender freaks. That should be a t-shirt. Like, the things that happen to them aren't real and valid just because they're not happening to Allie. This dehumanization thing is not very cute. It gets people killed. It justifies brutality. It justifies murders, wars, mistreatment, abuse. All of that is justified when you don't think of somebody as a person. Allie cares so much about what her peers at church think about her or what her followers think. She cares more about upholding these conservative virtue signals more than she ever does actually valuing human lives or loving her fellow man. And people like Allie, who claim to be a part of a certain faith that claims to be loving and socially conscious, they have to go through all these mental gymnastics, cognitive dissonance. How do they justify their behavior and their beliefs against God and the world? But to them, the things that they're doing are good. They're preventing baby murder. They're teaching people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps instead of giving them handouts. They're telling people the truth about their gender delusion so they don't burn in hell. To them, that is good. That's so twisted to me. That's not how it is out here. And I suppose they don't care about that, but to me, I know I have one life to live, and we have one Earth and one little blip in the history of the universe that we all get to exist here, and the fact that I exist at the same time as Allie Beth is crazy, and I don't really know where I'm going with this, but I feel like God is telling me to tell you guys to not listen to her, that she's not a good voice or a good leader, and that she is given the false gospel, I guess you could say. I don't know. I can't overestimate how dangerous she is.
To be perfectly honest, I mean, I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna play in my campaign one day when I'm running for president, but being an elected official seems really boring. It just seems so boring. And you just have to do so much boring stuff all the time. I have an awesome life, and I love doing what I do, and I can say whatever I want, and I have a ton of flexibility, and I'm not beholden to anyone. That's great. I don't know why I would want to change that. The only elected position that I would want to do is president. So that's it. If I can be president one day, maybe I'll run for president one day.
You might get your way. We might end up in a Christian theocracy. I'm sure that would be awesome for you. Although I don't know if you're going to be allowed to have a show if that happens. But hey, for some people, it just clicks one day after, going through the mental wrestling. I see that word a lot in Christianity. I'm wrestling with something. Sometimes you got to roll it over in the rock tumbler, and sometimes you come out blue-haired liberal. Sometimes you're MAGA. I don't know. But sometimes people that deconstruct, they come to this conclusion that these two things cannot coexist. Bigotry and compassion. They just cannot exist together. And they have to choose. And I'm very happy and grateful that so many people choose compassion. Sometimes people are confronted with that and they double down on their hatred, and the benefits of being a thought leader in any movement seem worth it over coming to terms with the battle in your mind. Plus there's a built-in audience, a really loyal one. And of course I'm talking about people like Allie Beth Stuckey. And when people like Allie are confronted with those thoughts and choose to double down on their hatred and bigoted beliefs, they dig in their heels. They wrap themselves in the dark comfort of a worldview that tells them that, yes, the world is very scary and vengeful, but only for the bad people, and good thing you aren't one of them. Something that I don't quite understand, and maybe I never will when it comes to Allie and her worldview, is the constant painting of the left as this big delusional, crazy, wacky people that believes in 100 genders and all that stuff. And it's just an unfair classification, and it's not true. I just don't get it. Why are we the crazy ones? Why are we the delusional ones? You guys don't believe in oppression. Like, Allie Beth thinks that we went through 400 years of subjugating, imprisoning, enslaving black people, committing genocide on Native Americans. There's no way that that had any ramifications or effect on today's modern society. Are you kidding me? Of course that has ramifications. Like, to say that it's all taken care of now, I don't want to hear it from you. Like, that is a level of delusion that I truly hope to never aspire to. Dinosaurs aren't real, but, you know, we're crazy because we want to acknowledge privilege. And speaking of delusion, I'm tired of the right saying that giving children or anyone information about their own bodies or gender or sex ed is grooming. Are you kidding me? That cheapens the definition of grooming. That's education. And telling someone to love themselves, saying that diversity is good, that gay is okay, that is not grooming. Are you sure you're okay? These are the same type of people that freak out about the litter boxes in school, thinking that it's for furry children, when in reality, those are supposed to be makeshift bathrooms in case of a school shooting. But we're delusional. Sorry that I acknowledge that gender is a social construct. That doesn't mean it's not real. And sex and gender and pronouns, those are all completely different things. You would understand that if you actually sat down and talked to a queer person, but then again, she only platforms people who have repented and are now ex-gay because, you know, you can't claim in one breath that you respect all human beings and want to treat them with compassion, like the Leah Thomas video, and then in another breath say that they are also wicked, perverted sinners hell-bent on grooming your kids. Which one is it? So you draw the line at using the proper pronouns, but, you know, you're going to say that they hate themselves and they're mutilating their own bodies. You wrote an entire book about how you hate yourself. I don't want to hear it. If you approach every situation with the prejudice that the people involved are evil or depraved, that they are a giant blue-haired monolith, then of course you're going to end up being negative and hateful. The left, or however you want to define them, is just a group of regular human beings trying to do their best. Progressive Christians are, in fact, Christians, despite what you think about them. You don't get to define someone else's identity. That's God's job. It's really also a red flag to me that she started sorting people, conservatives, into groups of not conservative enough for her. Like, you were already at the edge of the right wing. Now you're like how much farther can you go? I've watched Allie's career progress in the span of a few days, from her time as just a little internet thing, Facebook blogger, to Fox News, PragerU. Now she's got her own show. She's speaking at CPAC, or she used to, writing books, getting legislation passed. Like, it's crazy to see this, and so fast. Because the thing is, Allie, once you've alienated all the Christian nationalists, all the red-pilled Proud Boys, and all the evangelical diehards, you won't have anybody left. And in my opinion, as a human being to another human being, not as an atheist to a Christian, you and all the rest of us should spend our lives striving to become a better person, to become more empathetic, more kind, and more understanding. I truly believe that we're here to learn as much as possible, and the more you learn, the harder it is to hate someone. You cannot make the world a better place through hatred, judgment, shame, and mockery. I believe, regardless of the founding fathers' opinions, because I really don't give a shit about them, that our government should not be allowed to interfere in our personal lives when it comes to healthcare decisions. Freedom of bodily autonomy should always take precedence over societal or individual opinions or values. Allie would say, well, our government is based on biblical values, and that our rights come from God, not from the government. So things like abortion laws would fall under biblical jurisdiction, and protecting fetuses is a biblical value, according to Allie Beth. And so that trumps, excuse my pun, your individual right. The government is an extension of God's will, and the USA is a Christian nation, so all laws should be formed on that basis. That's her opinion. But no one is forcing you to live a different truth than the one you already are, Allie. You're free to not get an abortion, to speak your mind freely, to arm as many bears as you want. You can marry who you want, have a family the way you want. Even if you do change your mind about certain medical procedures, you can have them if you wanted them. Not saying you're going to, just saying that at least you have the option. And I love that for you, Allie Beth. I really hope that you have a good life. I hope that over time, experience, people, and love change you. That it softens you, makes you more relatable, if you will. I can see that there is a spark of kindness in you, a creative streak that I deeply respect, a strong will that I can also identify with, and a passion for speaking your truth that I can't deny is a good quality. We both have a vested interest in conservative Christian politics. We're the same age. We also have the same annoying qualities, I might add. Questionable self-esteem and a dry wit. You are smart, Allie. You are an effective communicator. You love cats. You love the Backstreet Boys. I know there's a good person in there. Or at least I want to believe that there is. Life does not have to be miserable. God is not going to revoke your salvation if you're nice to a trans person. I promise you. You don't need to speak on his behalf either. Your way of life is not under attack. You are the status quo. I know that's hard to believe because of the Christian persecution complex, but you guys really are the mainstream. You talk about the biblical values and the USA being a Christian nation. That's kind of true. We're fighting against it on the left because many of us do not align with those values, so why the hell would we want the laws that follow? But you really are the mainstream. You have everything you want. Nothing that we do will affect you. Everything you do affects us. It is not fair. We want to be left alone like you claim that you want. I don't really have much else to say except I hope you change. I hope you see the light. I'm praying for you, Allie. And we all better fucking beg to God that she never runs for office. Because she would win. Whew! Okay. I have recorded for 5.5 hours. I didn't expect this. I didn't think it would go this long. But I had a lot to say, and I think I have the clips to back it up, and I think I did a good fucking job. I really do. I powered through the anxiety, and here we are at the other side, and you know what? It might not be for anything. I really don't think Allie's gonna watch this, but if she does, I wanted it to be worth her time. I wanted to be a... You know, I wanted to be a hand gesture. I wanted to be on the same wavelength. I don't know, because I feel like James always says, give him 2 hours and a blunt, and he can change Paul. That's how I feel about Allie. I'm like, give me... maybe a few days and the Communist Manifesto, and we'll get this all sorted out. I'm just kidding. I know that I would never, ever get to change her mind, and I think that she's, only gonna get worse, but anyway, how have you guys been? Are you enjoying the episode? It's been hell putting it together, but I'm really excited for the finished product, and I'm really excited to be done so that James can put his episode out, and I have learned a lot. Like I said, I stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared back. I'm tired, I'm thirsty, I haven't eaten all day. I'm very excited to have some food after this, and then maybe even do a watch party in 30 minutes. This really took all fucking day. The script, I mean, the conclusion is 13 pages. I actually skipped over quite a few pages because my conclusion was like 10 days worth of ramblings. Like I would just write a little blurb every day. But yeah, how you guys feeling about Allie Beth? I highly recommend not buying this book, and I hope you all are registered to vote and you get out and you rock that vote, as is your right, and you should exercise that whenever possible. I truly can't wait to get off of here, so I guess I will go soon. But if you want to support us financially, we have YouTube memberships and Patreon. The choices are $1 or $3. They do the exact same thing. Some people don't mind paying the $3. Some people like paying the $3. Some people like paying the $1. So they can pay whatever they want. or nothing. By watching this video, if you've gotten this far, you have definitely supported the algorithm, and you have maybe even let an ad or two play, and that helps, and I really appreciate it. James and I do this full time. This is our job, and we couldn't do it without your financial assistance. We also do get sponsors from time to time. They don't pay as much of the bills, but it's nice every now and then. We have to replace our HVAC. I got that going on. We also have merch. We just launched a fall Halloween merch drop. We've got Bite, which is a shirt based on a picture of my lovely son Abe. He's a black cat he is a vampire, so he's on the vampire shirt. We also have Stinking Witch, which is a Greg Locke reference, and we also have My Pronouns Are Child of God, which I think Allie Beth would really appreciate, and that one was drawn by my best friend Gweepers. Oh yeah, and the other two are Lauren Marvell. And then of course we have Fungi Fridays from Max Holler. Yeah, we have other designs too. Some ones that I've made, they are not as cool as the ones that the artists have made. You can find all that at fundyfridays.shop. We also have a website, fundyfridays.net. Someone squatted and stole fundyfridays.com from us. That's why we have .net. You can follow me on social media. I have a link tree, which has got like articles I've been in or podcasts I've been on. There's fundraisers like the Creators for Palestine and Operation Olive Branch and Instagram. Where else are we at? TikTok. Sometimes I post like one every 2 months. Yeah, I try to post on Instagram, like at least my stories every couple of days. But yeah, that's how you can follow us. And if you don't do any of that, that is fine by me. We got some new stuff coming down the pipeline, a new poster coming, a collab. We got some, if you guys remember the Christian video games episode that we had to postpone, we're trying to do that next month. So be prepared for that. And yeah, I think I'm gonna release some shorts over the Christmas break. But this is October, so that doesn't matter. I love you guys. I will see you later. You give me life. I am obsessed with you. You guys are the best. And I hope you have an amazing weekend. And if you want some sex toys, you better go to that Bellesa link below and you better click on that shit. And you better get to sinning. Happy Halloween. Love you.
No question, but we're due in December with baby number 4 and her name is going to be Allie Beth. That is the sweetest thing ever. Congratulations on baby number 4, and that means so much to me. I hope that one day you're able to come to one of my speaking events and I can meet her.